Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, YouTube. It is Monday, February the 5th. Can you believe it? We are going to be on Verdict Watch today. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are waiting for them to open up court. We're not open yet. Can't remember if she told the jury 9 or 8:30 for today, but welcome, guys. Thanks for being here this morning. It is Monday, February 5th. We're cruising in on Valentine's Day soon, guys. You guys want to do a deliberation poll? Deliberation poll coming up. What are the options though? Thanks for coming in this morning, moderators. Hi, Melissa and Cicada and J Lo. Good to see y'all this morning. All right, so our poll is going to be how long, right? How long will the jury deliberate? And we're going to do 3 hours. Thank you, MP. 3 hours. Be careful, Jams. Hi, Diana, Danielle, Thrifty, Dandy. Teresa Ann just became a member. Thank you so much. Some awesome stuff. If you do become a member, or you are a member and you're not in our Discord, talk to a moderator or another member and they can help you get over there. So we're going to do 3 hours because all right, we'll do 3 hours and then we'll do end of day today, right? And then we'll do Tuesday morning. I don't think they're going to go home today, like needing to come back. And then we'll do Tuesday, because I don't think it's going to take them that long. Tuesday afternoon. I mean, there's not that much for them to review. I mean, there is a lot of videos, but I think they know what they're going to need to look at. All right, so I have the first poll of the day up. It is how long will the jury deliberate? 3 hours, end of day today, Tuesday morning, or Tuesday afternoon. So when we go into deliberations, this is how it's going to go. Let's all get on the same page. Because I can't. You guys, I couldn't even sleep last night. I'm not going to lie. Oh my God. We have sound. All right, guys. The court has opened. Let's just go ahead and go. I'm so nervous. And thank you, everyone who watched my videos over the weekend. Someone actually asked in the chat last night if I was on the state's payroll, and it cracked me the fuck up because I have been hardcore. But I have been following this case since the beginning, and it's really important to me that the right message gets out there because hot mic with Shannon. Oh, they just muted. Dang it. But it's really important to me that the right message get out there because I hope that the judge, when she gives them jury directions, that she's like, this is not about gun control. And I hope you guys watched my video I put out this morning with Madison Baldwin's mom, because it's so important to not lose the focus of the message here. And what we really need to focus on is not, oh, she's a shit mom who's getting in trouble. It's not that. It's not that she's a shit mom. That's not what this is about. And it's not about gun control. So it's like, hold on. We're not buffering, are we? Put a 1 in, or put a 1 if we're buffering at all. But I just hope that the jury is reminded this isn't about gun control. This isn't about taking away guns. It's got nothing to do with that. This is about a person whose decisions to buy her child a firearm. Her decision contributed to the deaths. And that's involuntary manslaughter. Thank you, Lena Jams. Hey, Mandy Joe. Are we... Hey, Michael. We're not buffering? Okay. Don't call my name. Don't call my name, Fernando. Where is Brandon here? Brandon. I saw Brandon yesterday, and it was his birthday. Why is that pixelating like that? Is it just me? Scares me. I don't want to miss a moment. Aw, thanks, Mandy. So this isn't about anybody wanting to take away anybody's guns. This isn't about anybody not wanting kids to use guns. Nothing like that. Because honestly, this area is a really big area. Or a big area on hunting, guns, and all of that stuff. Is that pixelating for y'all? Because I do not want to lose anything today. So I just hope that the jury is reminded of that, or they already know that. So this is what's going to happen. And Mandy, I haven't even done my own timer yet. Did you do that one timer? Because I'm worried I won't be able to figure it out. I haven't done it in a long time. But anyways, this is how it's going to go, guys. So we're all on the same page. Once the judge gives the jury directions and everybody kind of goes to waiting mode, this is what it's going to look like here. Except you're going to have a timer. Hopefully. Excuse me. And I just realized when I went to make coffee that I'm out of creamer. That's a problem. Hold on. I got all straightened out for you this morning. I was on here at 4 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like here. Okay, so when we are on verdict watch, you're going to have a timer up there showing how long they've been deliberating. And then I can check in and out, like this. If the poll isn't working, it might be a glitch. Good morning, Angie and Potato. My poll is broke. My give a damn is busted. Well, that's okay. Because I've got to get a timer ready. Wait, let me see, Mandy, what you said. I figured it out with your help. Thank the Lord. I don't think he's going to stream it. Men can't babysit him all the time. Hey, you did what you could. You did what you could. All right, let's configure this. Your countdown title. Give me a minute here. I'm going to set up our timer. Yeah, hang on. I got to figure out what color I want the font. Hold on. I got to turn this back on. White font or black font, you guys? White or black font? Okay, y'all are predicting outfits. Oh my God, olive. Teal for Jennifer and blue for Shannon. Goofy girl, welcome back. All right, let's see here. I'm going to sneeze. I have been sneezing all weekend. I will mute if I can. Literally all weekend. Sneezy, and I don't know why. Good morning, everyone. Oh, and I put up new goals. We have new goals. I thank you in advance. Power Red Day. Yeah, I don't think she's going to be in a dark color. I think Shannon will be in a bright color, maybe even white. She may be even in a white pantsuit. What do you think of that? You think she would wear a pantsuit? She wore a pantsuit to the Supreme Court, believe it or not. We want it to count up, though, right? Yeah. We want it to count up. Okay, let's see how this works, peeps. So you add a browser source, and then you go like this. Thanks for bearing with me. Then you paste it. And then it should show up. Voila! Look at that! Okay, so this is what it's going to look like when we're in jury watch mode. Or, you know what I mean. Not jury watch. Whatever. Verdict watch. Verdict. And I'm hoping and praying for a guilty verdict because I really, 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 really think that Jennifer deserves it. Look at that, guys. This is what it's going to look like when we are moving and grooving, waiting for a verdict. So as soon as they start, J is for Justice will start the countdown. And we will be on our way to waiting for the jury. So every time I turn it off and back on, it resets. Okay, that's good to know. All right. Look good? Look good? We are all ready for Verdict Watch. I will play some music while we're in Verdict Watch. So you can come here, you can hang out, you can chat. I'm going to keep it live. Potato thinks they're going to take ages and ages. Do you really? I think it might take them a day because I think they're going to rewatch her interviews. I think they're going to rewatch her interviews. Shoot. Who knows, though? I'm scared. I'm scared. I have faith in the people of Oakland County, though. Here we go, guys.
Roberta.
Everyone's excited. Hear the excitement in the courtroom?
You want a cough drop?
Island, thank you, babe. I feel sorry for Shannon's assistant. Thank you so much, Island. That is so nice.
Cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine.
Cocaine.
It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
That's for you, Olive. Everybody wake up. It is time for court. No more sleeping in. Wake up. Get out of bed. Get your coffee. I need some coffee creamer. We just got muted again. Because Shannon's talking. Down on the ground. Now they're going to zoom in on her, but they had to mute her. What is
Cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine.
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 It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
Have you joined our Discord yet? If not, become a member of the channel or a Patreon. Patreon is open still. It's not just YouTube. You don't have to be on YouTube to become a member. You can join the Patreon. There are plenty of tiers over there to choose from, as well as here on YouTube, there are plenty of tiers. And with your membership, you get fun emojis. You get bypass slow mode. You get to come to Discord. You get to do watch parties, which, speaking of watch parties, I was going to hold one tonight. But, so get this, there's a law and crime episode. Yeah, she is wearing black, like her funeral. There's a law and order episode based on this case. But it's not available on demand on my thing. On Spectrum. I can't watch it on demand. If anybody knows a way for me to get season 21, episode 7 of Law and Order, let me know. And thank you so much, guys, for sharing the links. Thank you, mods, for being here today. It's going to be a long day. It is day 8 of Jennifer Crumbley. And then I also wanted to let everybody know there is another way to donate. www.j4j411.live. You don't even have to leave YouTube to do it. All you have to do is click that link, www.j4j411.live. And there you will find merch and a way to donate. And when you go there, YouTube will be in the little sidebar so you can still watch and not miss anything. And then you can also send a personalized tip. So for anybody who chooses to tip through www.j4j411.live, there will be a special wheel for those that choose to use that way to donate. And right now we have one person on the www.j4j411.live wheel, and that is the one, the only Jammers. Jammers is the only one that has used that method.
Pieces of leakage in a vacuum.
So Jammers has used www.j4j411.live, and she got her name on the wheel for this week. So that way, several ways to donate, and I thank you in advance for any way you choose, even if it is liking this video. That is a free way to help. I know times are tight, so I understand if you could just like the video. That is awesome. Thank you for subscribing, Han Woo. And I hope everybody had a great weekend. I had a pretty good weekend.
Your mom's right. Jeffrey Dahmer kind of.
Susie, welcome. Thank you for joining. Good to have you. It's good to have all of you. I really do appreciate you. I appreciate you guys sharing this. I appreciate you liking it. And most of all, I appreciate you guys being here in the chat, and the ones that are just listening. Cheers to you too. It's a cloudy, kind of rainy day here in Florida. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods. Let me know. Let me know in chat. You caught up on your favorite show, Survivor Australia? Yes, jammers. All when you use www.j4j411.live, 100% of your donation comes to me instead of YouTube. Not against super chats. It's wonderful. It's fun engagement. It's great. But there are different ways, and I'm just trying to open that door. I'm using Shannon lingo. Open that door. Who's going to Aldi this week? Can I get a hashtag Aldi in chat if you're going to Aldi? Aldi has new shiz either on Sundays or Wednesdays, depending on where you live. Aldi. I want a sponsorship from Aldi. Gray skies, yeah. Michigan. November to about March, gray skies. I'm glad that you guys watched the videos and got something out of them. Thank you so much, guys. I hear Shannon's mouth. Here we go, guys. Muted us again. The fuck?
Not right now, man.
This is Shannon.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Jay, please explain hung jury. I don't know if I don't really know. It just means they can't make a decision, right? So a hung jury is that they're unable to reach a verdict by the required. Okay. A hung jury will often lead to a retrial. When there are insufficient jurors voting one way or the other to deliver either a guilty or not guilty verdict, the jury is known as a hung like a horse jury. Or it might be said that jurors are deadlocked. So deadlocked and hung are the same thing. The judge may direct them to deliberate further, but usually no more than once or twice. So if they come back and they're like, hey, Judge Matthews, we can't decide, we can't come to an agreement here, she's going to say, can you please go back and try? But it says that one or two times is all they will do usually. And then they will call it. And then usually it'll be a retrial, but then it's up to the state if they want to retry and pay for it, right?
You're what the French call
Les
les
incompetents.
incompetents.
I just don't think that the Supreme Court would have pushed through these charges on the parents if they weren't legitimate, able to be prosecuted charges. To me, that says a lot. It's when the jury has a large package like a horse, like Jennifer's horses. Got a couple new sound bites I found too. It's actually thundering, I think.
McNo.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat. I haven't seen any bugs in here.
Jennifer loves horses.
That's Jennifer's. That's Jennifer today.
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Hey, we've got almost 500 in here this morning. Can y'all hit the like button? Andrea. Hello, honey. Hello, Casey. You're going right now to Aldi? You're kidding. Let me know if they have anything good. Check out the pork if you like pork. They have a pork shoulder roast for like less than $6, and it's dry rubbed in barbecue. It's really good. It hailed in Central Florida yesterday. It's crazy. Remember the song that was playing in the cachet cab? September, whatever. How did that go? I can't think of it right now, but Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh yeah. Oh, we are something to remember. Something like that. Don't forget to hit up www.j4j411.live just to check it out. Go over there and see. You can check out the merch store. You can leave a little note for me. Let's do pork butt joints. So there's a lot of butt joints. Hey, potato.
Why by yourself?
Oh, Karen's in green, emerald green today. Oh, yikes. You want the Aldi lathe? I want the Aldi little white cabinets. I want 3 of them. You need a soundbite of Michael Scott saying, "No, God, no."
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
Yeah, then they yelled for Patrick. Patrick! Patrick! Oh.
McNo.
Oops. That was supposed to be shut your pie hole, lady. This is Shannon.
I'm sexy and I know it.
I work out.
I work out. Jennifer's young coworker reminded you of Pam from The Office? Yeah. I liked her. I found her very credible as well. Yeah. For sure.
Shall we play a game?
Let's get those member bars met so we can do our wheel again this week. That girl just gave stank eye to the cameraman.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers.
On the side of the house.
Freak town, dude.
I do watch him, but I haven't watched him on this case. I'm having a hard time watching a lot of lawyers on this case because they haven't seen the whole thing. They just think it's like about gun rights or being a shit mom, and that's not what it's about. And I can't entertain that. I know, Drea, me too. But James Crumbley is coming up March 5th.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
And then I think I also told you guys that Shannon Smith has a sanctions hearing in May with Judge Matthews. And this is stemming from something that she did back in November of 2023. Something to do with leaking evidence or something. So in May, they decided to put the sanctions meeting off or the hearing off until May. So after this trial, Miss Shannon has a court date, and I want to watch it. So hopefully we can watch it on Cheryl Matthews' Zoom, because she might get in trouble. I don't really know what all that means. Maybe y'all can ask lawyer if you're a member and you can get him to answer you. Ask him to look at that. Ask him to look at Shannon Smith's sanction hearing in May. It's on the Oakland County court docket. You think Jen slept last night? Oh, I don't know, man.
So
there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
Yeah, Muriel Lehman and Shannon Smith are no longer partners. Good morning, Jay. And there is the jury box. Those people are going to be making a decision. So we got to think about the jury, too. I mean, these could be, you know, people who maybe don't really, you know, they don't really associate, like, not associate. It's too early. Resonate. Like, they don't resonate with Jennifer. Maybe the jury members don't resonate with her. Maybe the jury members have had their own children and they're like, what the fuck? What was this lady thinking? I know. Where is Mega? I'm getting worried. I haven't seen her either, and I asked about her last night and I haven't seen anything. Thank you, Dee, for subscribing. Thank you, Don Stedman. It's pouring here now. Hey, Texas Ranger. Hey, Robin Malette. Oh, she looks terrible. Talk about someone who drank too much. And oh my God. She's such a snot. And that's why I'm saying, if I was on a jury, I would not like resonate with this woman. Talking about her son's privates. And here comes Jennifer. Oh, she's wearing the same cardi as the other day.
I know that.
Oh, woof. Oompa loompa doopity doo. I have a little story for you. I don't even know how that goes.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. I ain't finished my sentence.
All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. I am going off camera. I got to figure out some coffee situation here. They muted us again. Jennifer looks like hell, man. Dude, Jennifer can't handle it. Good morning, globalism. Good morning, Gustave. Good morning, fam. Is a juror sick? I don't know, but Jennifer looks sick. Woo! Jennifer had a rough night. Rough night.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Oh, yeah. Shannon's got it caked on. Caked on. I love when you guys prompt me on these.
Did I ask them to do that?
Yeah, at least she's not wearing the 5x7 rug. Stacy says, the big question is, we know she's liable, but will that bring a conviction? Well, it should. It should, because that's the question. If you think that her actions... Oh, Jennifer loves chapstick.
I feel like I just had a bug fly in my throat. I haven't seen any bugs in here. You want a cough drop?
Yeah, they got to do jury instructions and all that good stuff. The poll still isn't working. All right, let me end it and do another one. Wow, it's really downpouring here. Who thinks that the prosecutors did a good job, though, in this case? Because I do. I think they did a really good job laying it out with what they had, like they couldn't include and what they could include. I feel like they did a really good job, especially in the closing arguments, laying it out in the PowerPoints. makes it very easy for the jurors to go back. That's how I would feel. I'd be like, at least we can go back and reference these texts. They're right here in front of us. Ew, she's got James's chip. No one even was able to vote. That's weird. I'm telling you, I think Jennifer is freaking out. All right, let's get another poll, and hopefully it works. So what we're just going to do here is, when will we get a verdict? They went for the gusto with the involuntary manslaughter, but for involuntary, that's what's important about it. Mega, where have you been? Dude, I was about to send a search rescue party for you. Mega, are you okay? This is what happens when one of our family members disappears for a couple days. Don't mind us. This is what it's like when you become a member of J for J. J for J 411.live, by the way.
Here
we go. All right, here's the poll. Let me know.
They're calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990FH.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Good morning. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my left.
Good morning. I think a couple things. I sent you an email over the weekend.
Let me turn up the volume.
Thank you.
Regardless of the verdict in this case, we agreed that the gag order would stay in place until after the trials of James Crumbley. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. But can you approach on the other manner?
Okay, so she said that the gag order is going to stand until the trial of James Crumbley. So no matter what the verdict is, oh, God. But no matter what the verdict is, they will still be under a gag order. So there will be no press conferences or anything like that. This is a case that has been under a gag order for 2 years. Hashtag Koberger. Good morning, Mary Mac. Meg, we thought the aliens got you out there in the middle of nowhere. We were like, oh my God. Yeah, I've got the sound up. You guys should hear it just fine. Okay, just making sure my timer will work. I think Buttercup, she is very soft-spoken and chill, and I think that it's been really good to have her. Because I think she kept everything calm. I think if we would have had an intense judge, it could have been a lot different in the courtroom, and the jury could have a different, feel for what's going on here. So, does Ethan even have the ability to speak to his parents? I don't know if there's a protective order or what. But do you think James and Jennifer can't talk to each other? That's what I don't know. Because she said she hasn't spoken to James in 2 years. But is that by choice? Yeah, they're keeping the gag because of James' trial. March 5th. James' trial starts March the 5th. They expected this one to go 3 weeks.
you ready for the jury?
We are ready.
Yes, sir.
Stand up! I'm ahead of them today. Good morning, Sirius Black. Good morning, One-Eyed Flo. Good morning, everybody.
You both have copies of the jury instructions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to sign copies of them as well.
Yes, thank you.
Probably not. I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure. Because they're still married. Yeah, because they're married, they can't testify against each other. Thank you, Wonder Woman. They're co-conspirators. They're not allowed to speak. Today's your day of reckoning. Did you see that half-ass hug she just gave her? Dang, Jennifer, do your boobs hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow?
They told them to bring all of their personal belongings. That's probably what's taking a little bit of time.
Like global. I thought maybe like letters, like tablets or something. You do, Kitten? I'm so jealous, Kitten RN. Terry?
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, Flo, so much. Welcome new members.
Good morning, you can see that. You've all been so wonderful and timely that I have another jury starting next Monday, and I'm wondering if you'll all be willing to come back next week. No? Hard no? I'm going to read you some jury instructions. You're going to get a written copy of these in the jury room. Then I'm going to pick 5 of you by random who are going to be alternates. I know that you've all been in 2 different jury rooms, so when you're brought together, it's going to be like the show Survivor when the teams are merged, right? The tribes are merged, right? So I know you've been in 2 different jury rooms, but we'll be putting keeping the 5 alternates still sequestered in Judge Anderson's jury room, and the 12 will be in my jury room. That's why I asked you to bring your personal belongings when you came here, right? Members of the jury, evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I'll now instruct you on the law. That is, I'll explain the law that applies to this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy, bias, or prejudice influence your decision. You must avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and nobody else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It's my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I've already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all of my instructions together as a law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum up, it's your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way to decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that's reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it's important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I'll now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. Likewise, the fact that she is charged with more than one crime is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments and any commentary are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses, my questions to the witnesses, are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It's my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and tell you the law that applies to this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you should decide this case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I've excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all of the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial. As I said before, it's your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You're free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on a witness's disability, race, national origin or ethnicity, gender or gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. Again, take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does a witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree. and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It's also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide this case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. James Robert Crumbley and Jennifer Lynn Crumbley are both on trial in separate cases. The fact that they are both charged is not evidence that either one is guilty. You should only consider the evidence presented in this case. Each defendant is entitled to have his or her case decided on the evidence and the law that applies to him or her. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crimes occurred on or about November 30th, 2021 within Oakland County. The prosecution has introduced evidence of a statement that it claims the defendant made. Before you may consider such an out-of-court statement against the defendant, you must first find that the defendant actually made the statement as given to you. If you find the defendant did make the statement, you may give the statement whatever weight you think it deserves. In deciding this, you should think about how and when the statement was made, and about all the other evidence in the case. You may consider the statement in deciding the facts of the case, and in deciding if you believe the defendant's testimony in court. Facts can be proved by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that's direct evidence that it's raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So, for example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it's raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself, or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence, can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all the evidence that you believe. There has been some evidence the defendant ran away and tried to hide after she was accused of the crimes. This evidence does not prove guilt. A person may run or hide for innocent reasons, such as panic, mistake, or fear. However, a person may also run or hide because of a consciousness of guilt. You must decide whether the evidence is true, and if true, whether it shows that the defendant had a guilty state of mind. You have heard evidence that before the trial, a witness or witnesses made a statement that may be inconsistent with his or her testimony here in court. You may consider an inconsistent statement made before the trial only to help you decide how believable the witness or witness's testimony was when testifying here in court. If the earlier statement was made under oath, then you may also consider the earlier statement as evidence of the truth of whatever the witness and or witnesses said in the earlier statement when determining the facts of this case. When the lawyers agree on a statement of facts, these are called stipulated facts. You may regard such stipulated facts as true, but you're not required to do so. You should not decide this case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about what each witness, about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you should decide the case. Then you must decide the case. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You've heard that a lawyer or lawyer's representative talked to one of the witnesses. There's nothing wrong with that. The lawyer or lawyer's representative may talk to a witness to find out what the witness knows about the case and what that witness's testimony will be. You've heard testimony from witness Detective Edward Wogrowski, who has given you his opinion as an expert in the field of forensic cell phone analysis. Experts are allowed to give opinions in court about matters they are experts on. However, you do not have to believe an expert's opinion. Instead, you should decide whether you believe it and how important you think it is. When you decide whether you believe an expert's opinion, think carefully about the reasons and facts they give for their opinion and whether those facts are true. You should also think about the expert's qualifications and whether their opinion makes sense when you think about the other evidence in the case. You've heard testimony from witnesses who are police officers. That testimony is to be judged by the same standards used to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. In count 1, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Madison Baldwin. That is, that Madison Baldwin died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. Second, in doing that act caused Madison Baldwin's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. In count 2, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Tate Meir. That is, that Tate Meir died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. Second, in doing the act that caused Tate Meir's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. In count 3, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Hannah St. Juliana. That is, that Hannah St. Juliana died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. Second, in doing the act that caused Hannah St. Juliana's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. In count 4, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Justin Schilling. That is, Justin Schilling died as a result of storing a firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by her minor child. Second, in doing the act that caused Justin Schilling's death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. As I explained earlier in my instructions, the prosecutor asserts 2 different theories to support the charges of involuntary manslaughter. First, the prosecutor claims that the defendant committed involuntary manslaughter because she failed to perform a legal duty. In the alternative, the prosecutor claims that the defendant committed involuntary manslaughter because she was grossly negligent. Those theories are 2 different ways to prove the same crime. Either or both of these theories, if proven, are sufficient to establish the crime of involuntary manslaughter. It's not necessary that you all agree on which theory has been proven, as long as you all agree that the prosecutor has proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. In count 1, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter resulting from a failure to perform a legal duty. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Madison Baldwin. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to control their minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others. This duty arises when both of the following are true. A, the parent knows or has reason to know that they have the ability to control their minor child. And B, the parent knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Madison Baldwin was directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Madison Baldwin died as a result of the defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others, or the minor child from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others when the defendant knew that she had the ability to control her minor child and knew of the necessity and opportunity to do so. In count 2, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter resulting from a failure to perform a legal duty. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Tate Mere. The legal duty charged here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to control their minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others. This duty arises when both of the following are true. A, the parent knows or has reason to know that they have the ability to control their minor child. And B, the parent knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, the death of Tate Mere was directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Tate Mere died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or the minor child from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others when the defendant knew that she had the ability to control her minor child and knew of the necessity and opportunity to do so. In count 3, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter resulting from a failure to perform a legal duty. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant had a legal duty to Hannah St. Juliana. The legal duty charge here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to control their minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others. This duty arises when both of the following are true. A, the parent knows or has reason to know that they have the ability to control their minor child, and B, the parent knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Hannah St. Juliana was directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Hannah St. Juliana died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or the minor child from intentionally harming others or the minor child from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others when the defendant knew that she had the ability to control her minor child and knew of the necessity and opportunity to do so. In count 4, the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter resulting from a failure to perform a legal duty. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant had a legal duty to Justin Schilling. The legal duty charge here is one imposed by law. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to control their minor child so as to prevent their minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others. This duty arises when both of the following are true. A, the parent knows or has reason to know that they have the ability to control their minor child. And B, the parent knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Second, that the defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to the duty. Third, that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and her failure to perform it was grossly negligent to human life. Fourth, that the death of Justin Schilling was directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. That is, that Justin Schilling died as a result of defendant's failure to exercise reasonable care to control her minor child so as to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or the minor child from so conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others when the defendant knew that she had the ability to control her minor child and knew of the necessity and opportunity to do so. There may be more than one cause of death. It's not enough that the defendant's act made it possible for the death to occur. In order to find the deaths of Madison Baldwin, Tate Mere, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling were caused by the defendant, we must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of the defendant's act. You heard the evidence that the defendant's son shot Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling. As previously noted, there may be more than one cause of death, and the defendant's acts or inactions need not be the sole cause of harm. In order to find that the death of Madison Baldwin, Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, and Justin Schilling was caused by the defendant, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that her son's act of shooting someone was reasonably foreseeable. Gross negligence means more than carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In order to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, you must find each of the following three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another, that is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring someone. Let me read that again. First, the defendant knew of the danger to another, that is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another when, to a reasonable person, it must have been apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. I think I've told you this before. I'm not sure we did the greatest job at this, but I previously ordered the parties to be precluded from using the shooter's name during the trial. When you go to the jury room, you'll be provided with written instructions of the final jury. You'll be provided with a written copy of the final jury instructions, and you should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in a businesslike way, and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communications equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it's necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case amongst yourselves, but ultimately, each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. It's your duty as jurors to talk to each other and make every reasonable effort to reach agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own, and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. If you have any questions about this jury instructions before you begin deliberations or questions about the instructions that arise during deliberations, you may submit them in writing in a sealed envelope to my clerk. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If the defendant is found guilty, it's my duty to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. If you want to communicate with me while you're in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to the clerk. It's not proper for you to talk directly to me, the lawyers, the court officers, or any other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with the unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take your notes and full instructions. I believe that the defense exhibits are hard copy, and the prosecutor has their exhibits on a thumb drive. We have a computer that we're going to set up in the jury room, and you can look at those exhibits. If you want anything else,
Exhibit E, EXHIBITY.
It's a portable USB or hard drive.
And Your Honor, I just want to make sure that mine are in a binder. I left it for Ashley.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to send all the exhibits in right away. All right. Then give it a written copy. I think I told you this earlier. We can replay a witness. That's very possible. And I think I told you this in the beginning of the trial. You can't, however, fast forward to the spot where you have a question and I'll yell, aha. You have to hear the whole witness, direct, cross, redirect. It's the only way that's fair to both sides, but it is possible to replay testimony. All right? The defendant is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. These are separate counts, and the prosecutor is charging that the defendant committed all of them. You must consider each count separately in all of the evidence in the case. You may find the defendant guilty of all or any one of these counts or not guilty. I have a verdict form here. It's like a floor chart. There's questions. Number 1, involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin. You can check not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin. Count 2, involuntary manslaughter as to Tate Muir. Not guilty, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Tate Muir. Count 3, involuntary manslaughter as to Hannah St. Juliana. You can find the defendant not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Hannah St. Juliana. Count 4, involuntary manslaughter as to Justin Schilling. You may find the defendant not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Justin Schilling. So, I'm amazed that we maintained 5 alternates. It's a credit to how great you were at being here in time and following the instructions, and we're so appreciative. So we're going to choose 5 alternates, but I'm still going to sequester you. All right. I'm gonna have you kind of cooling your heels and being bored in Judge Anderson's jury room. If deliberations went beyond today, I might consult with the lawyers about dismissing some or all of you. I think you can imagine that this has been a very emotional and stressful event for both parties, the prosecutor, the defense, and the families, and it's been a lot for the courthouse too. So you all look really healthy, but life happens. So I am going to sequester 5 of you. When I pick your names, my clerk is going to take you to Judge Anderson's jury room. You've all ordered lunch, so we'll match up the numbers and you'll get your lunch in a while. I know you're going to be kind of bored and stiff for a while, but we just want to be sure that we can conclude this trial. Then the other 12 of you will go into my jury room and start deliberating. I should also say the 5 of you that are sequestered still cannot discuss the case or do research or Google it or look at newspapers or go on Facebook. So you're still sequestered as if you're home. All right. Sometimes I would, I thought about sending you home, but I'm gonna keep you for a little while. But you're still sequestered. Can't look at any media or talk to anyone about the case, and can't discuss the case amongst you 5. The 12 of you can start deliberating momentarily. I'm going to consult with the lawyers to make sure that there aren't any errors in the jury instructions. Bring in the exhibits, and then you can start deliberating. It's important that you only deliberate when you're all there. If one of you steps out for some reason, you should be deliberating, and you can send us notes about when you want to take a break. I still would like you not to go to the cafeteria, please, and be careful if you're walking through the courthouse, because there's obviously a lot of interest in the case, as you know, and we've gotten this far. So, in any event, I'm going to choose 5 of you randomly, and those 5 of you will go to Judge Anderson's jury room. All right. Juror is seat 15.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Juror in seat 17. Juror in seat 10. Are you 10? You're in seat 10.
And you know what I have to say to Ann C. Taylor?
Juror in seat 9. All right. So 17, 15, 9, 10, and 4.
Bring it all in.
I'm sorry they could probably be bored. We'll get back with you as soon as possible. All right. I do bring some cookies. And there's candy, and there's muffins, and what else? Licorice, oranges, apples. So if you could, I'm trying to think, it might be best to come this way. There's, can they go both ways? I know it's so crowded. It's the coziest my new box you've ever had. So I'm gonna ask the alternates who I chose to go on Judge Peterson's jury. We'll bring you coffee too.
Does the clock start now, or? You want some licorice?
All right, so I'm going to ask you to go to the jury room. Give me a moment. I want to consult with the lawyers and make sure that there are no errors in the jury instructions. And then I'm going to send in all the exhibits and copies of the jury instructions for you. All right? And if you all decide you're going to leave and walk around or whatever you're going to do, just let us know. We will all be awaiting you. Okay? All right.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, so do we start our counter now? Look at Jennifer glaring at them. Those people are going to decide your fate, biatch. Oh, I hope they make the right decision, guys. I hope they make the right choice.
Anything about the jury instructions?
No, it does nothing to you.
Nothing from the defense.
Should I start it?
The jury instructions, and you're giving us.
Yeah, first report.
Yeah. That computer can do that. Okay. You're not giving us any hard copy.
Uh-oh. All right, so I guess we start our timer,
Correct.
right?
Yeah. Okay, and we have your exhibits. Please make sure we have phone numbers for you because we get that usual question. We have copies of the police report, all the questions that usually come out of there. So.
Yep.
There are 5 exhibits that we didn't include in the USB to the jurors. That's the shooting video,
Okay.
the photograph with the blood from the bathroom,
Okay.
crime scene photo depicting the 2 victims, the video that was played with Gibson Marshall, and the video that's played with Molly Darnell.
Okay. Do you want me to somehow tell them that?
I think they should be made aware of that, Judge.
Oh, okay. Well, I would have told them that before we went in. Can you write those things? Do you want me to just tell them?
That's fine. I can write a note on the envelope.
Okay. Or we can give you maybe right up there. No, if you can initial it and you just initial
The
it.
jury's probably so glad to finally be able to deliberate, though.
What else? Please just be sure that we can find you because sometimes there's questions.
I'm going to be right here.
How many?
I'll just be in the bathroom doing some...
Cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine.
cocaine,
Cocaine.
it's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
Maybe I won't throw.
Yes. You gave me the other. Those are, yeah, and then I gave you the binder, so use the binder. Oh. Yeah, the binder just has it like in pages, or page covers. Thank you. You have my cell phone? Yeah, okay.
I hope everybody here would be careful not to have any interaction with any of the jurors.
Yeah.
I think some members of the media have asked that the jury instructions be emailed to them, and I agreed that I would do that as soon as I had read them to the juries.
think Jennifer had a rough night, guys. She looks a little tattered. Look at me. I'm tattered. She's shattered. I think she's honestly worried. I think Shannon is too. Why don't they take her downstairs? Let her wait for her fate.
Bye, Jennifer.
They can only find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. There's no other choices.
If you have any thoughts about the other thing I raised at the bench previously, let me know.
Thank you, Jess.
Just based on my observations, her hair was very greasy.
All right, so we'll send you a note. We'll let you know. Okay.
Thank you, Jess.
All right. So this one is just going to tell them to start deliberating.
Oh, they didn't start yet. She just said they didn't start yet. We're going to restart it.
It's just paper. There's no staples.
Cool.
Thank you.
You want a cough drop?
Bye, Jennifer. Bring it all in. Jennifer loves horses. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
You did?
You guys are pretty good up. Thank you.
It's on, guys, officially. We are officially on verdict watch, guys. I'm going to keep this live. I'm going to keep this live with sound, so if they come back, we won't miss a thing. So welcome to J is for Justice. If you are new here, welcome to my channel. And please don't forget to hit that like button. We're going to be here all day for this, guys. We're in it to win it. And hopefully the jury makes the right decision, whatever you think that is. I think that she is guilty of what they described. If you go by the law, right? That her negligence caused, I'm going to put our goals down here so we can still keep track. That her negligence caused or assisted in the cause or something, you know, along those lines, that her negligence contributed to, that's what it is, contributed to the deaths of those 4 students. So did her negligence contribute to their death? I mean, where do we hold this kid responsible as a 15-year-old when we know this story? We've heard all these stories. You know what I mean? It's nerve-wracking. It's really nerve-wracking. All right, I'm going to get the court up at the top here so we can see what's going on. We've got a little screen up there, and then the audio's on, and I am going to get up, and we are on verdict watch, guys. Enjoy the chat. I'll be back and 4th. I have to get some things done, though. I have neglected so much that I have to get caught up on. So I'll be around. Thank you for being here, guys. And I'll talk to you in just a little bit.
Jennifer loves horses.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
All right, I don't want to scare you guys, so I'm coming in slow, not coming in hot. So Flo had an idea of watching some of my videos. What do you guys think of that? If y'all don't think that they proved their case, maybe I can change your mind, like Flo said. And I'm already drinking pop. That's how stressed out I am because I don't have any creamer. Paul Clank says there will be outrage if she walks. You really think so? I think she's worse off than James too, because I think it really showed she was the head of the household in all ways. And let me know, is my mic sounding low? Is that better? Oh, the workers are showing up next door, I think. It should sound okay now. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this, guys, because I'm pretty passionate about this damn case. All right, let's get our verdict watch off of there, and then we can move our counter. Down here. And I guess we're a little bit ahead of Court TV, but that's okay. We started it when we freaking started waiting for deliberations. So that's our counter. So let's get some videos up here, guys, and let's talk about this case while we're waiting. And I do still have their audio open, so if they cut in, if you hear anything wild, it's because they're coming back to court. Okay, let's do this. I apologize if you've already watched these, but I catch something new all the time. So let's do James and Jennifer on the run. We're going to do this video and walk through it. That face. I can't with her face. Wait till you see her expression. So I'm taking you back to what happened after. And then sharing my theory on how I think Ethan obtained the gun, and we can talk about that more too. Let's get into it. Here we go. Love you, Woods Heat. Thank you for being here. On November 30th, 2021, a tragic school shooting occurred at Oxford High School in Oxford, Michigan. The alleged perpetrator was 15-year-old Ethan Crumbley, a student at the school. He looks so young there. He opened fire, resulting in the deaths of 4 students and in the injury of several others. Following the shooting, look at them. The authorities launched an investigation crying for themselves. Into the incident. On December 1st, 2021, James and Jennifer Crumbley, hi Patrick, parents of the accused shooter, were charged with involuntary manslaughter. The charges were based on the claim that they failed to prevent their son from accessing the firearm used in the shooting, despite having knowledge of concerning behavior exhibited by him. Reports indicated that the parents purchased the handgun used in the shooting and that he had posted disturbing content on social media prior to the incident. James and Jennifer Crumbley were arrested, and legal proceedings began against them. Let's revisit those events. Thank you for joining me for this video walkthrough of the Crumbleys in the aftermath of the Oxford school shooting. We're going to start out with Jennifer and James being down in Detroit. After leaving their home in Oxford, it was being searched. They stayed in Auburn Hills, then they went up to Lapeer. They purchased their burner phones, then they went to Rochester Hills, took money out of an ATM, and then went to their friend's art studio in downtown Detroit. In Jennifer's trial, we watched the man who spotted the car and Jennifer outside and reported it to police.
The Oakland shooter, the kid, has the two parents that are on the run right now, and it said, Oakland County said, call if you see anything. And I just went to go park my car and switch it around at my office. I'm at my office, and there was a Kia that looked like their car, and I walked around and checked the license plate, and it's their car, and the woman is here next to the car.
The woman is where?
Sitting next to her car in the parking lot.
James and Jennifer Crumbley remain locked up on charges of involuntary manslaughter with bail set at $500,000 each.
The north parking lot, you have the vehicle, it's a black Kia.
Jennifer Crumbley sitting outside the vehicle.
I want you to put in 2 perimeters, tight one around that building vehicle, and expand it further out.
But another thing came out on Friday when the door opened, so to speak, and we found out that Jennifer, who claimed she was sleeping in the art studio, was actually texting from her phone, but she blames it on her husband, James. But more importantly, she was not only texting when she said she was sleeping, but she was texting her lawyer. That's so Shannon nice, Smith. Paul. Thank you. Check out this clip. The timeline of this bit is at 11 o'clock, Jennifer claims she took the 4 Xanax and she was zonked out. These text messages to Shannon happened at 11:16. And wait till you hear what the text message contains and Shake It Off Shannon's reply.
The records.
Correct.
The next message you send.
Yeah, they're not drunk. They're slowed down.
Think we might have found. Don't know. Just heads up. Please check. December the 3rd, 2020.
I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse.
That was written, but I do not believe it was written by me.
Okay, you don't remember. Well, you told us you don't remember any of these text messages. You just
Right. I
don't
read
remember this one?
read through it, but
You don't deny that this was on your phone, what we refer to as the burner or track phone.
correct. We were
You don't
both
deny that.
using that phone at the time because my husband's broke.
Oh, it broke. How unfortunate.
And then you wrote in quick succession, don't know, 11:16 p.m. We might have been found, 11:16 p.m. Laying low, 11:16 p.m. You don't deny that these are the records?
No, I don't.
Okay. Response from Shannon, oh shit. Friday, December 3rd, 2021, 11:16 p.m.
Thank
Now,
you for
we
buying
know
merch,
from all of
Ashes.
the objective evidence, the testimony, the video, everything that the officers testified to, they were on scene before 11 p.m. You don't deny that.
No, I don't.
You don't deny that there were hundreds of officers on scene.
I don't know how many were on scene.
Okay. How many did you see when you got pulled out of the art studio?
Honestly, I don't know. It all happened so fast. I knew there was more. There was a few. There was more than a few.
Okay, so she says here, I don't know how many officers were there. Look at her. Look at her right now. I don't know. You don't know? Listen to how many officers were there. They busted down a door before the door to the art studio. They busted down a metal door with like a tank type thing that the SWAT team uses. I don't know what the heck it's called, but she's saying she didn't hear shit, but she was texting at the same time.
But not.
We got other resources coming your way.
From air support to U.S. Marshals, including the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, all were on the scene to comb the area for the fugitives.
And they had no idea?
And at 3 this morning, Detroit Police Chief James White broke the news.
You know, they were in a commercial building, in a room. We were able to take them into custody without incident, but however, they were very distressed as they were walking out.
James and Jennifer Crumbley were unarmed at the time of the arrest. Meanwhile, their attorney, Shannon Smith, assured 7 Action News last night that the couple is not on the run.
And quite frankly, they've been out of town. They are making their way back here. They will be arraigned. They will be turned in. We would have done it today had we gotten more information in advance.
Liar.
Okay. Response from Shannon.
Because you're a
shit.
liar. This is indicative of turning.
Okay, so let's hear that again. So let's go through this timeline. And the jury has this information. Okay. So Jennifer claims she was sleeping. She took 4 Xanax and she was out. However, her burner phone was being used to text Shannon. And that text said, "I think we've been found." And she says, "Oh, shit." Oh, shit.
Had we gotten more information in advance.
Okay. Response from Shannon. Oh, shit.
This is indicative of turning himself in, hiding in a warehouse. So, I don't know.
So there you have it. Shannon Smith communicating with Jennifer and James Crumbley the night they weren't hiding out, the night they weren't fleeing. Well, it's time to watch some clips of them in court after the arrest.
They didn't turn themselves in, and we were told they were out of town, except that yesterday morning they withdrew $4,000 from an ATM in Rochester Hills, very close to the court where they could have turned themselves in with no events and no efforts on behalf of law enforcement. Instead, they fled, and they sought multiple attempts to hide their location, and were eventually tracked down after they parked their car somewhere. A witness saw it, and the entire fugitive apprehension team with multiple other law enforcement agencies went into a vacant building and searched it from top to bottom. And these 2 individuals were found locked somewhere in a room hiding. These are not people that we can be assured will return to court on their own.
So, of course, this happened.
Following their arraignment, their bond was set at $500,000 each. So Muriel and Shannon set a bond hearing. Here's what happened there.
In fact, they did reside in the state of Florida, and as the prosecutor indicated, they still have family in the state of Florida. After the charges were issued, the defendants did not voluntarily turn themselves in. Instead, they were found in an abandoned building in the city of Detroit. Their vehicle was hidden to the extent that they were trying to avoid anybody being able to see their license plate. They withdrew a substantial amount of money from bank accounts, and they were not answering attorneys' calls. The seriousness of the charges, I think, is self-explanatory. They are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So taking all those factors into consideration, the court finds that the bond as set is reasonable and is denying the motion to amend the bond. We will continue to the preliminary examination on February 8th, and at that point, the court will make a determination as to whether or not other days are necessary for purposes of conducting the preliminary examination. Before we disconnect, I do want to have a conversation with all attorneys in a breakout room. So, Amy, if you could please put the attorneys in a breakout room with me, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
This part shows a little bit more about James and Jennifer's character. As you could see, the attorneys all went into a Zoom breakout room. So Jennifer and James were left in the Zoom meeting, seemingly alone. And watch what they did. They're such idiots. cracks me up. They start taking pictures. Did you hear them? Did you see Jennifer?
All right, so right there, they are in a breakout session.
Yeah, a lot of nerve there, right? Let's take a look at Jennifer's and Ethan's social media posts. So on the left, we have Ethan. Just got my new beauty today, 6-hour 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer. And then next to it, you have Gen C 78. Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. Hit the bullseye. So now I'm going to take you. We're not going to watch that whole thing. I just wanted to show that beginning. Now we're going to take you to Jennifer taking the stand. And I'm going to point out some things in her direct testimony when Shannon is questioning her. Fashion shame for sure, especially Shannon and Jennifer. Look at Jennifer's tank top. Who thinks Jennifer had a mental breakdown? The pressure is a lot. All right, I'm going on mute. Shut up, Jennifer.
That was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone?
Okay, this is what doesn't make sense. Let's go back just a few seconds. Here we go.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School, and I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school.
Okay.
It was on.
AKA, she also ran outside and then back in. Okay. But she says that she didn't think anyone was hurt. She didn't think he shot anyone. But she asked him, are you okay? It doesn't make sense.
On 75, when I was trying to get to the exit, that my husband called me and he asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing.
Thank you, Flo, for your super chat.
I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't.
What is she talking about? I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field shooting next to the school, but she didn't think he was shooting at the school? Huh?
Imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself. Because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves.
Okay, but she just said she didn't think that her son had shot anybody and she couldn't picture him doing it, yada, yada, yada. And thank you for being a member for 21 months, Angie B. But then she says she was worried he was going to off himself because he was a school shooter. Look at Angie B's a Justice Jedi. I love it. Love it.
So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay, you thought he was going to off himself, but you just said you didn't think that he did anything. So let's watch that whole part again. Let's put it all together. Corrupting your kids and grandkids.
I opened my phone and I saw the I love you.
And she also said that it wasn't normal for Ethan to say, I love you. Corrupting your kids' and grandkids' minds one at a time. We can fashion shame for sure, especially Shannon and Jennifer. Look at Jennifer's tank top. Who thinks Jennifer had a mental breakdown? The pressure is a lot. She did tell the fireman it was in the car. Yep. Shut up, Jennifer. The judge looks so over it. Jennifer has arrived at the Oakland Circuit County Courtroom in an oatmeal cardigan wrap with an Amazon tank underneath.
Okay. All right, you ready? Yep. Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting, okay? So I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yep.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay, we heard Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
Okay, so Amanda Holland is the office girl. And now Jennifer. Okay, so we know that Amanda was Jennifer's confidant. She told Amanda she was having an affair. She told Amanda about Ethan's worksheet. And thank you so much, Angie, and welcome, Travis. She told this girl all kinds of shit. But you're going to hear her and Shannon try to distance herself from Amanda Holland. But in all reality, when Amanda Holland took the stand, Amanda Holland was like, basically, no, I would never hang out with this girl, this lady outside of work. I would never hang out with this lady outside of work. But now she's going to try to distance herself. Listen.
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her.
Formality?
We didn't really have anything common.
It's a formality to tell your coworker that you're screwing some dude in the Costco parking lot. That's a formality. Don't you think the jurors are going to see through all these lies? I mean, why wouldn't she just say, the girl just testified? She testified for the prosecution, and she said, Jennifer told me about the affair. Jennifer told me about Ethan's worksheet. Jennifer said she was a bad mother. Jennifer said she failed as a parent. Jennifer said she took him to the fucking gun range. This girl told Jennifer that the fucking worksheet was disturbing. But now Jennifer is going to sit there and go, oh, it was a formality. If I'm on the jury, I'm going to question, why is she lying about the little things? Would you guys think that too? Put a 1 in chat. If you were on the jury, would you be wondering why she's lying about the little things?
Child was real young. I had a teenager.
Okay. All right. I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that. Okay. And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it. It's a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to the school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got on 75 from Square Lake there. And it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. Traffic was backed up.
Traffic was backed up. Okay, so to better understand this, Square Lake Road is in Troy, I think. If I'm not mistaken, Square Lake is down in Troy area. So she was on I-75 heading back towards Oxford. And she's saying traffic was backed up. But listen what else she says.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, you can talk to us. Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can.
Do you see her shrugging? Thank you for ordering a mug, Kimmy. And thank you to Ashes. Oh, let me replay that. I don't ever get to do this. Thank you. Love you too. Check it out. Thank you so much. And Ashes bought a t-shirt, guys. Check this out. Thank you guys so much for your support. J for J411.live.
Talk to us about anything.
So she's like, oh, he was a little sad about things. But she sat in the meeting and said he lost his dog Tank. His best friend moved away. What else did she say? His grandmother died. We know that his brother moved away in March. But isn't Square Lake in 75 in Troy area? But anyways, she says he was a little sad, and watch how she shrugs. It's like she shrugs it off like it's no big deal.
The M24 exit, I would say about a quarter of a mile. It was trackers backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says you can talk to us. Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door.
Open that door. Shannon lingo.
Yeah, just let him know
She shrugs. Just let him know we're here. He was a little sad.
we're there for him. We love him.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get I love yous back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying I love you was abnormal for him.
Okay. Did you think anything at that point?
Okay, first red flag. I have 2 boys and a daughter. Okay, I have 3 kids. My 2 boys came first. My daughter is the baby. I always told my kids I love them. I was very, very close to I'm very close to my boys. And for this to be abnormal when she has 1 son, 1 child, 1. She doesn't have 3. She doesn't have 5. She has 1. And usually, if you have 1, that 1 gets more attention, really. You're close to them because you just have the 1. That's a red flag to me.
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back I love you too. I don't remember.
Look at her face. I think I text back I love you too. I don't remember.
I believe I did. Yeah.
I believe I did. Yeah. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Okay. And later in the thread, you say, don't do it. So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School, and I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the I love you text. And then I texted him, are you okay? In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit that my husband called me and he asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said the gun is missing.
Okay, so my husband called me. This is important. My husband called me and asked me where I hid the bullets. Now let's go back to Saturday the 27th. On Saturday the 27th, Jennifer and Ethan went to the shooting range. James was quote unquote working. So they go to the shooting range. And when they get home, Jennifer says that she carries in the ammo. and she hides it. Okay. Well, we know that she hid it under some clothes in a drawer. From what I gather. So we still have the gun in the car because she said she did not bring the gun in. She was waiting for James to get home so he would take it in. Well, we never hear if he brought it in. We never hear that James took the gun and where he put it, if he got it out of her car. Thank you, Karchi. So as far as we know, Jennifer Crumbley is the last person, adult, to have possession of the murder weapon. That is important. It has to be important. Because she was the last responsible, in quotes, adult to have possession of that gun. So if they left it in the car and they got drunk and they didn't take it out Sunday, let's just say for shits and giggles, they did not remove that gun from her car for whatever reason. And let's say they hear there's an active shooter. James calls her at work. She runs outside in a frenzy. She checks the car. Gun's gone. What do you think of that theory? And the night before, when she locked Ethan out of the house, here's another little tidbit for you. According to court documents in Oakland County, James Crumbley was served with a child support order for his daughter on 11/29/2021. He got an order to pay child support. Could they have been fighting about that? Because you know as well as I do that Jennifer Crumbley is not going to want to pay James child support because he can't hold down a job. She said it herself. He couldn't hold down a job. So then on November the 29th, the very day that this bitch decides to get on Power School and check his grades, do we think that maybe Jennifer was on a rampage? Do we think that maybe she was pissed off about this child support order? Damn it, James, I don't want to pay your bills. I mean, I can't see her wanting to pay his child support when she doesn't even take care of her own kid. So I saw that in the court records yesterday when I looked up James. He had a case and he got the notice on 11/29. That was when it was sent out to him. So could that have been a catalyst of their fight, which then led to her being on a fucking rampage? Who knows? Maybe Ethan butted in and defended his dad. Who knows what was going on in that house? But if Ethan butted in, James had bench warrants and shit for his son Eli when he was owing child support back then. That ended in 2017. But he had bench warrants and shit. He's never paid his child support. He's a habitual criminal in Florida for driving on a suspended, not having license or not having insurance, all this other stuff. He's got a criminal record in Florida for that kind of stuff. He's like a habitual criminal for driving on a suspended down here in Florida. But I thought that was interesting that a notice for child support, being that, she said that he couldn't hold down a job and he was door dashing, and I'm sure that she was sick of it and that's why she was cheating on him and blah, blah, blah. So there was all this going on. And then they have this fight with Ethan because she checks Power School and sees that he's failing geometry. Do you think it's a coinkydink that all those pictures were drawn on a geometry worksheet? Yes, James has 2 other children, and he got a child support notice on 11/29/21 for his daughter. It's out-of-state child support. His daughter does not live in Michigan, so it was something that took some time for the woman to get the case, and it was finally a notice sent. She won, she got the claim, and friend of the court sent him a notice on that day. So I think it's important. I think it matters, rather. Okay, here we go. Back to her own words.
So instantly, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, Ethan, don't do it, because I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay, so she just admitted that she knew he was the school shooter, because she wouldn't tell Ethan, don't do it, because she just said school shooters off themselves. Why would she say don't do it unless she thought he was the school shooter? I mean, when you can use a defendant's words against them when they're being questioned by their own attorney, I have to think they might find her guilty.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question.
You didn't think he shot anyone, but you told him not to do it because you thought he was the school shooter and school shooters off themselves?
You want a cough drop?
I believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything.
No.
Oh!
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
You thought he was going to kill himself because school shooters kill themselves, but you didn't think he shot or hurt anyone else. Do you guys hear this bullshit?
Because you're a liar.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing, so you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah, my husband had called me when I got close to the house, and he said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The substation.
Right, so who did you pick up?
I picked up my husband, I'm sorry.
Okay, you picked up James.
Okay, so this also places Jennifer and James back at their house before going to the substation. So she drove home from work. She picked up James. But later she says in the cash cab that she didn't go inside and she doesn't know where the box for the gun was and yada, yada, yada.
What was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, oh no, we're going down there.
Is he alive? I didn't catch that until now.
What?
Is he alive? And then we saw her behavior at the substation. If you thought your kid was dead and then you found out he wasn't, wouldn't you be a little more emotional? What?
I don't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the sub. Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did find out about fatalities. But she was still asking after she went to the substation if there was fatalities. And Dragonfly, she said she got an update that Ethan was the school shooter. She never said that. She never said she got an update that Ethan was the school shooter. Never. She just testified that she didn't think he shot anyone. What are you talking about? You make as much sense as Jennifer.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries.
You didn't think there'd be injuries, but you just said, I got into the mode where we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. Who thinks that? Substation.
I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone.
Why were they boiling water? Your son just killed people and you're boiling water on the stove? What?
We can handle injuries. I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there would be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there would be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries, and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay?
Guys.
After that, you go to your
The
house.
substation is like the Oakland County Sheriff. They have like a satellite office in Oxford or whatever. That's what it means. It's not like Subway. It's like the police station.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute, and we were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove.
Okay, what? You get back from seeing your son who just killed people, and you're back for a minute and you're boiling water on the stove. What the fuck were they doing? Weird. These people are fucking weird.
My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back, so I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay, we saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know.
Okay, Shannon.
During the substation meeting, while you're with
substation
Joe Bryan,
Judge, this is direct examination.
I'm asking a question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading. And the whole jury can hear you constantly saying object.
She's such a bitch.
I was looking, well, first I was looking for the paper.
And the whole jury can hear you objecting. Okay, well, they heard you, bitch, objecting the first 2 days.
To show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay. Because at this point in time,
No, you were deleting.
I was also messaging with my my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on.
She was talking to her dad and got arrested and had to drop the phone. So they were gonna bring her parents on the stand, and after they played some of the daddy jail calls, Shannon said, "I rest."
Also messaging immediate family members and close friends that
you don't have any friends, lady.
He was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
Okay, she just said something about him being the shooter.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I know I was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested, so I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So
she told people he was the shooter.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe. I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I
is forced emotion. Hold on. We're gonna crop this out so we can see her better. We are roughly an hour into deliberations. We're just doing some recap of Jennifer's testimony.
Okay.
Let's watch that performance again.
Asked the officer, and he told me there was 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that. Okay. All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something because it's very distracting.
Okay, I can't hear them, but I'm just trying to keep their voices down. I didn't say the word object. Okay.
Okay.
We're not saying object. Okay. Well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
Wow.
Okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads so my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting texts thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
Yeah, okay.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute. You've seen a lot of
Thank
text
you,
message
Robin.
threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on. Is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted.
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James you guys need to leave the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went out.
Okay, so this is just her talking about where they went. But I thought that part, that where she talked about being contacted and all of that was important. Let's see.
Okay, do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's an alarm I set for the next morning.
For Saturday morning?
For Saturday morning, correct.
Okay, do you recall why you set it for 6:30, 6:45? Is there 2 alarms or 1?
Yeah, there's 2.
Okay, why did you set those alarms?
Because we were going to wake up and drive to the Novi courthouse and meet you there by 8:30.
Okay, and what was your plan there? What was going to be your plan when you got to Novi?
We were going to be arraigned.
Okay, so what doesn't make sense is why Novi? Why Novi? That's not anywhere near Oxford.
Okay. Now, there was
Everything's still
evidence.
up.
Oh, whoops. There was evidence that your purse and belongings were found in totes there. Do you remember seeing all those pictures?
I do.
Okay, tell the jury why those were your purse and personal effects were in those bins.
I didn't know if we were going to jail. I didn't know if we were going to be bonded out. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had told my friend where I left my purse and my backpack, where I did have pretty much all my money in it, to grab those the next day or when he's at the studio. He's not usually there in the weekend, so I put them in the totes just for extra precaution.
Okay. Thank you, Karchi, for sending me PayPal. I appreciate you. Auntie Cheryl, I did get your squares for Super Bowl, just to let you guys know. Yeah, why would it be Novi, guys? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. But Shannon, we found out, said, oh, shit. I think we've been found. Oh, shit. So was Shannon wasting the resources of law enforcement as well? Because that's kind of a big deal, right? She just contradicted herself in all those answers. I didn't think he did it. I do think he did it. I love you too, Karchi. So that is what I had from her testimony. Now, this is her second interview with cops. Next two. Hold on. And this is where she's in the back of the cop car. And we're going to watch some of this. Maybe they're clipping.
can't talk to me at the door.
Okay. Well,
I've got the captions on. It might help a little bit. Okay, so he just introduced himself. He said, I'm a detective from the Oakland County Sheriff. And then he asked her date of birth. I know that this is tough to hear, so I'll try to break it down as best I can. Oh, I just saw a head in court.
Has anybody told you what's going on?
I was at the substation and I saw my son and answered questions. I know what he did.
Okay. All right, so you understand, you're not in custody, you're just, right now, we need to check your house for evidence. Okay. Would you be willing to sign a form? For us to check, we can go through your house. Okay. Is his room far in the back? Is here something? Okay. Is his room all the way in the back?
No, he's got, there's 2 pits on either side of that.
Okay, so he's trying to figure out which room is the shooter's. And he says, is his room all the way in the back? She says, no. He's got the 2 pits on the other side. And by pits, we saw the pictures yesterday. The 2 pigsties. Now you're going to hear why he had 2 rooms. Brace yourselves, guys. This is very telling, and I hope the jury goes back and replays this, and I hope that they can hear it because she gives us a lot of information.
Pits on either side of that.
So he has 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and that got out of control. I haven't got a chance to take it yet.
Okay, so his room got so out of control that he moved into the guest bedroom, and then that got out of control, and I haven't had a chance to clean it. So his room got so messy that instead of them making him clean it or even helping him clean it, because I know sometimes, I know my oldest son would get so overwhelmed if it got past a certain point of messiness. And if I went in there and started like sorting, getting him a starting point, he could do it. But I had to get him there because he looked at that mess and he shut down. But she's saying he moved into the guest room and he mucked that one up. And she calls them pits.
His room's all the way in the back.
That was mine. Me and my husband.
Okay. What's your name?
James.
Is that Ethan's dad? Biological?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he own a firearm?
Yes.
Ethan does?
No.
James
does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back and look at it.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
248-760-7502.
Oh, Jennifer's digits.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
It's stored in my phone. I had my phone in the bumper of that police vehicle, so I can get it.
Okay. And your husband's name is James?
Yes.
James, same line?
Yes.
Who's Hazor?
Who?
Hazor? No? Okay.
Okay, so the cop said, does he own a gun? What's your husband's name? She said James, and then he asked, does he own a gun? And she said yes, and he said Ethan does, and she said no, James. And this is only 2 hours after the shooting, okay? And then there's some confusion because the gun box was located on top of the Crumbley's bed, and they were trying to figure out when Ethan got the gun. So the gun box was on top of the bed because when James went home, he got it out to look in it, apparently, and set it on top of the bed. So he's trying to ask, like, did you sleep in the bed? Because he's trying to figure out if Ethan took it out of the box.
Okay. How was your son this morning?
I left to work early, and James said we got in a fight last night. That was his grades, and they were bad. And
Okay, so he asked, how was your son this morning? Right, the phone number, I noticed that too. How was your son this morning? James said they got in a fight about his grades were bad. Now, listen what happened. This is important. So the night before, they told Ethan, because he got a bad grade, no gun range, no gun, no phone, no games. This was the night before the shooting. Listen again. Listen close.
James said we got in a fight last night that was his grades and they were bad. And we got onto him and took stuff away from him. And this morning on the way to school, James said he seemed fine. He apologized.
Okay, so we got into a fight. She says I opened up his grades. So what she did was, they've talked about this thing called Power School. Power School is the online portal. So you log in to the Power School to see your kids' grades. Well, I can't imagine that Mrs. Crumbley was very dedicated to that. Just a hunch. So I'm thinking that Mrs. Crumbley was upset about something and decided to log in. And when she looked, she saw that Ethan had an E in geometry. So she says, I got onto him, stepped away from him, she says. Now, I don't know if Ethan was the one locked out. Remember, we were like, who got locked out? Because they were saying she locked him out of the house. Stepped away from him, she says, and he seemed fine this morning. He apologized. Okay, now mind you, she also said she slept in that morning and James took him to school. She said, I overslept. James took him to school and he was gone when I got up. That is my neighbor's work people. Rude as fuck. Loud as hell. Love it.
It's normal. There was nothing abnormal. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Nothing abnormal. Nothing. Nothing.
Did he walk?
No, but James Kelton's here.
Oh, okay. All right. Did James here?
He's in the back of one of his stuff there.
When did you get home from work?
The minute he told me there was an active shooter after high school and we couldn't get a hold of Ethan, I left, so I'm kind of closely.
Okay, so when I found out there was an active shooter and I couldn't get a hold of Ethan. So she heard there was an active shooter and tried to get a hold of Ethan. And when she couldn't, she said she left. But she doesn't know what time it was.
I don't know what time it is right now.
Okay. So,
we went right to the substation.
all right, so you were gone this morning before Ethan left for school.
Yeah.
In Jamesville. What time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. James took him first. I woke up.
Okay, so she says I was gone. Now she says, wait a minute. James took him first to school. Then I woke up.
Late this morning. I left after.
Okay, were you?
Did I sleep in the back bedroom? I mean, that's where I sleep. That's where I woke up.
Right, but
I'm familiar with Power School too, and parents have their own login. You don't have to use your child's password. Parents get their login, kids have theirs.
so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you because there's a gun box on your.
Yeah, that's probably when we found out there was an active shooter. We were at school early this morning because the counselor found some drawings on paper and said didn't seem concerned to stay at school.
Okay. She says, yeah, I found out there was an active shooter and we were at the school earlier because the teacher found some drawings on a paper and the counselor said it didn't seem a concern and to stay at school.
And then we found an active shooter. James came home and we opened the gun box and the gun's gone and we have the bullets hidden in two separate.
Okay, she says we came home after and looked at the substation, looked at the box, and the gun was missing. And we had the bullets hidden in 2 separate places. Yeah, we don't know. I don't know, Kenny, when he took, that's what I'm trying to figure out. When did he take the gun? When was the last time that the Crumbleys physically saw that gun in their bedroom? See, and we found that out. We found that out. Jennifer Lynn Crumbley was the last adult to have her hands on the gun. Don't you think the jurors are wondering, how did this kid get his hands on the gun? So it shouldn't matter how he got his hands on the gun? There shouldn't be a precedence for parents who want to have multiple guns to keep them out of the midst of kids? How about when like a little toddler gets their hand on a gun and shoots their sibling on accident? Right. It doesn't make sense to use an F, right? A, B, C, D, E. Those are the 5 grades. It goes in order. Kristen, shouldn't the counselor be held responsible too? Absolutely. Holding Jennifer Crumbley responsible does not take anything off of the school. Because it was a domino effect, right? It was a parental failure. Then it was a school failure. They dominoed. It's not one over the other. It's not, hey, jury, decide if it's Jennifer's fault or the school's fault. And it's okay to make mistakes as a parent. We all do it. And this doesn't scare me as a mom or as a grandma for my kids. This doesn't scare me. I'm not scared that any Tom, Dick, or Harry is going to get arrested for things their kids do. But when you have 4 deceased children, you can't just turn away from that and say, oh, well. How can you say, oh, well? We don't know if the gun was still in the car because they lie. Was it locked and key hidden? No, it wasn't. They showed the cable lock was never taken out of the package. Just happened the other day with a toddler and no charges on parents. Weird. That is weird. Unless there's something, underneath that, like drugs or something, and they're, doing more. But I feel like they went to the shooting range Saturday, came home, she took the bullets out, put them in her bedroom or whatever, wherever she put them, and that gun could have remained in the car. And then they got in a fight about Ethan's failing geometry grade. He walked outside. She locked him out. She said she didn't, but she told her coworker she did. And sad to say, but if you want to own firearms and someone, I don't care who they are, gets their mitts on them and does something they're not supposed to do, the circumstance should be taken into consideration. I don't think this is a broad across the board case. It definitely should have been locked. And if they locked it and Ethan somehow broke the case and got into it, no, I don't think they should be responsible. So let me give you this scenario. Let's hypothetically say that the Crumbleys were responsible gun owners. Let's say they were responsible and they had that thing locked up with the cable lock. They had it how they were supposed to have it. and they both went to work, and Ethan Crumbley snuck into their closet, and he somehow, jarred that thing open, and he got it open, and they had no idea, and he just put it back on the shelf, and they thought that that gun was still locked up in that case. Would you feel that they would be responsible? I say no, because they took all of the precautions. We have a Columbine kid, 99 in chat. Oh my gosh, who is it? Thank you, One-Eyed Flo, for letting me know. Oh man, I am so sorry. And I just want you to know, I don't know what your screen name is in here, but I followed Austin Eubanks very closely. Very closely. Did you know him? That's what I didn't like, Scott Skulls. I didn't like how they didn't really. I mean, they pointed out where they were where she was negligent in her actions, but I feel like the picture wasn't painted. Because, like, as a juror, I would be wondering, like, when did this kid get his mitts on the gun, right? At what point did Ethan Crumbley get his mitts on the gun? But we can't get any truth out of her testimony. So as a juror, I'm thinking, if I go back and play this lady's testimony, all I'm hearing is a bunch of weird contradictions that don't really make sense. I'm hearing her, oh, that's bright. I'm hearing her contradict herself. And she's not making any sense. Kristen is the Columbine girl? Okay. Christian T. Right, I agree with Potato. If you're doing what you're supposed to do, I feel like this won't happen. What steps did they take, though, good grandma? They never even opened the lock. I mean, how can you say you're responsible when you never even opened the lock? Ouch. And I don't think it's about even gun ownership or gun rights or anything like that. I think it's beyond that. This is a unique case. This is something that's never happened before. We've never had a mother held responsible for a shooting. And the only reason, thank you, Flo, for donating more memberships. But the only reason that she's being charged is because they didn't do things right. And there were warning signs. And how else do we, I mean, short of fucking shaking people and saying, wake up, what do we do? Kristen, I wasn't hurt. I was in a closet for 6 to 7 hours. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. But you know what? To say you weren't hurt, the fact that you went through that is traumatic. So don't ever downplay what you went through. Because you really were hurt emotionally, right? They did have a case that locks. Yeah, it came with the gun, but they never utilized it. Right, but they watched Scotty Skulls. They watched them at the shooting range, and they didn't have any locks on it. So that's where, everything you're saying they proved. But I just feel like it wasn't like put into a nice little package for the jury. I mean, maybe it was to them. I don't know. They were pulled out of the room so many times. I don't know what they heard, what they didn't hear at this point. I can't even decipher it. She is amazing, Kristen. The parents were addicts and were emotionally absent. Absolutely, they were. But what do we do? I mean, do we have to start with, hey, if you don't, if you're not responsible for your shit and something bad happens, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. Okay, let's do another scenario. Let's do a scenario like this. We all know the school's culpable. Okay, that is a no-brainer. School's culpable, 100%. But let's do a scenario like this. Let's say let's say my child and your child are friends. And they're 15 or 16. Let's say they're 16. My child and your child are friends. And your child comes over to spend the night at my house. And I let them drink alcohol. As a matter of fact, I made them the mixed drinks. Or no, let's take that back. I didn't serve them alcohol. Let's erase that. Our children your child's over at my house. I make a thing of margaritas in the blender. And I leave it on the counter. And your child consumes the alcohol. And then your child gets in a car and drives. And your child kills someone. Your child is going to be held accountable. And guess who else is? Me. Because your child was at my house and your child drank my liquor. It's not legal for your child to have liquor. I would be the one supplying that liquor, whether I liked it or fucking not. You got to keep an eye on your shit. You got to keep an eye on teenagers. I mean, it's part of just being a parent. What the fuck? I just feel like it's common sense. And if you think I shouldn't be held responsible, why not? James made the margaritas. Well, I don't know. They were boiling something on the stove. What the hell was that? I would be prosecuted for that, right? Do you guys agree with that? So why should she not be prosecuted if she was the last responsible adult to have her hands on that fucking gun that ended up killing 4 people? Why is this even such a big discussion? That's why they make locking liquor cabinets. I mean, right. I would be held responsible whether I fucking like it or not, whether it's fair or not, Sarah Boone. Right, Grandma, you can't. Especially nowadays, you can't blink as a parent. You're right. And we got too many parents on Adderall, Xanax, alcohol, and all kinds of shit not paying attention. And they're just not paying attention to kids like Ethan, but they're not paying attention to who their daughters are talking to because there's too many fucking teens getting lured away by El Creepos. Because if you were watching your kid's not going to get lured away. They're lured away from households that aren't paying attention to them. Fight me. It's just the way it is. It's common sense. Who was charged in that case, Miss Robin? Exactly, Hellcat. That shows there were signs. If you think immediately your kid, she's like, oh, I thought he was going to kill himself. Oh, because school shooters do that. What? She makes no sense. Dawn Stedman, why were the birds not allowed to be talked about? They went over that in a pretrial hearing. They argued about it, and that was something that the judge let them throw out. No, I'm pretty sure when she was cross-examined, she admitted she was the last adult to handle that gun. She didn't argue with that. Pretty sure that was her testimony. Do you guys remember that? I'm pretty sure she said that. I have a feeling that when Ethan was younger, video games were his babysitter. Okay, so this would be... Let's listen to this.
Correct. And the same oath you took yesterday.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't deny that you had $6,000 in cash in your purse the night you were arrested?
No.
You don't deny that your purse with the cash and 4 cell phones were in a plastic tote?
Correct.
You don't deny that that plastic tote was contained in a different plastic tote?
Correct.
You don't deny that your backpack with clothing items was found in a different plastic tote in a different area of that studio?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't deny that you knew you had been charged with involuntary manslaughter?
Correct.
In fact, as early as December the 1st, 2021 at 6:10 p.m., you were talking about how you were being charged with involuntary manslaughter.
That was what I was being told by a family that was texting me. That's what the charges might be announced as, correct.
Okay, and one is to Mr. Malash. There's a text to your cousin about you are being charged with involuntary manslaughter. You don't deny receiving that?
No, I don't.
That's Wednesday, December the 1st.
Correct.
Right? And you sent your neighbor a message on Wednesday the 1st of 2021, 6:55 p.m. that you...
We have to go back.
Setting that up.
Okay.
And you'll agree with me, it's not just the time period at the Costco parking lot or the time period at the hotel or the time period on the trip, correct?
That's the only time I met with people.
Right. But that's not the only time that you devoted your own personal time and energy and focus to that, is it?
I guess I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. Well, these meetups didn't just happen by themselves. You had to set them up.
Correct.
You weren't driven there. You weren't dropped off there. You set them up with somebody else.
Correct.
And that took your time and your energy and your focus to do so.
I don't believe it took too much time and energy, no.
Now, you told this jury that when your son texted you that he was seeing demons and bowls flying off the shelves, that was in the spring of 2021. You recall that evidence, right?
Correct.
You don't dispute that that was on your phone?
No.
You don't dispute that at some point you read those messages?
No.
And you don't dispute that your son said at least one time, "Can you please text me back?"
Correct.
Okay. You don't dispute that when you're at the barn, your other messages show that you can take pictures, send pictures, and receive pictures.
Usually I'm at the barn. If I take pictures and I try to send them, they don't go through right away, or I won't send them until I hit a spot where I actually have service.
So in Exhibit 423, the Facebook message chat between you and James, the chat that you deleted, there are a number of pictures that James sent to you from the barn of a horse in a conversation about that particular horse. Do you dispute that?
No.
Okay. And in fact, dozens and dozens of pictures of the like.
I'm sure, yes.
You're sure, okay. And those pictures were sent to you with a timestamp on that Facebook message chat.
Okay.
Do you dispute that?
No.
No. Okay. And then you responded in that same time frame. Do you dispute that?
No.
No. So that conversation with that picture that was taken at the barn was occurring while one of you were at the barn.
I'm sure it was.
Okay. Now, you don't deny that your son wrote in his journal that he asked his parents for help. You don't deny that evidence that was admitted?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you don't deny that he wrote in his journal that he now had access to the 6-hour 9mm handgun?
I do not deny that.
And you don't deny that the 6-hour 9mm handgun was in fact the murder weapon?
I don't deny that.
And you also don't deny that that gun was gifted by you and your husband to your son on November the 26th?
Describe gifted.
How about when you posted on Instagram his new Christmas gift?
Correct. And I explained yesterday that it was for him to use at the shooting range. We didn't just hand him a gun as a here you go, son. It was something he could use when we went to the range as a family together.
As a cute little family.
You don't deny that in April of 2021, you described your son as being depressed.
I didn't describe him as being depressed. I noticed that he was acting depressed.
You used the word depressed.
Yes, he was acting sad. He was acting depressed.
There we go, right there. So what they had to prove was that Ethan's mental state, it doesn't have to be a diagnosis of any schizophrenia or anything like that, that Ethan's mental state was ignored. And then they provided a gun at his disposal. Right? It's just not that deep. I think everybody's making it deeper than it is, and I hope the jury sees through it.
Okay. And you know what depressed means?
It means a lot of different things.
Well, to you, it meant depressed, and you wrote that.
Right.
You don't deny in April of 2021, the evidence shows that your son told his only friend that he had asked you for help.
No, I don't deny that.
Okay. And you also don't deny that he told his only friend that you laughed at him.
I do not deny that.
Okay, let's do this. We're talking about liquor in here. I've got a comparison for you. Goofy Girl says, if a parent gifts their 15-year-old a bottle of vodka for Christmas, they're guilty. Okay, good point. So we have, let's say, a parent that says, hey, oh, you like some whiskey? You like whiskey on the rocks because they've sipped yours? Guess what, son? For Christmas, this is your bottle of whiskey, but you can only drink it with us. Right? Let's say you say that to your kid. Hey, I know you like whiskey on the rocks, but this bottle of whiskey is only to drink with us as a family. It's a family thing. And then your kid goes in the cabinet and he gets the bottle of whiskey when you're not home. And he drinks it all. And then he gets behind the wheel of a car and he kills someone. What happens? You have to be more responsible as a parent. Why do all these people think that it's okay to slack these days? With all this fucking mental shit kids got going on, why do we think it's okay to slack? It's not okay. It's not. God, it makes me mad.
Now, yesterday you told us that you took those messages in the spring of 2021, which, by the way, is at the same time you started your affair with Mr. Malash?
Around that time.
Okay.
So this bitch she's noticing her kid's depressed and she starts an affair. Look at her. Look at her with her eyes closed. She doesn't want to see what people think about her with this affair. She doesn't want to look at the jury. She doesn't want to look at the lawyers. She's got her eyes closed when he mentions the affair because she's ashamed of herself. She's a piece of poop.
So in the spring of 2021, when you sent those messages, or when you received those messages, you indicated it was messing around.
It was.
It was messing around. In your mind, messing around. That's what your testimony was.
Yes.
Okay. Even when he said, can you please text me back?
I didn't see his text message, so I didn't text him back.
Even when your phone logs show missed calls?
Can you ask it again?
Even when your phone logs show missed calls from your son in that time period?
No.
Now, you said yesterday about these messing around texts. You agree with me that there's no indication in any text message, either between you and your son, or any Facebook message between you and your husband, in any of those exhibits, in fact, anywhere on your phone, that indicated that any of those messages were a joke?
No, there weren't.
There weren't. And we're talking about hundreds of messages between you and your son, and thousands of messages between you and your husband.
Correct.
And you don't deny that you never once Never once took him to see a therapist or counselor.
No, I did not.
You did not. Now, you testified that, actually, Mr. Malosh testified that you would meet during work hours, and we've established that it wasn't just confined to work hours, but we're permitted to leave as you please.
Correct.
Okay. And your boss actually testified that no problem if we needed time off.
Correct.
If you had a family issue, no problem, you can go.
Correct.
If you were sick, no problem, stay home.
Correct.
Okay? In fact, you could work from home on an as-needed basis.
Correct.
In fact, on November the 30th, you didn't even ask your boss if you could leave. You just told him you were leaving.
Correct.
And you told him when you were coming back.
Correct.
And you told him when you were coming back after receiving a phone call from the school asking for an immediate meeting.
Correct.
She told her boss, I'll be back in an hour. This won't take long.
Because that was at, what, 10:05 a.m.?
Around that.
Okay. Now, had you ever been called... You have the TV on, please, Mrs. Williams.
The law for buying a child a pistol in Michigan, it's illegal. You can't buy a firearm for a child in Michigan. So that's one law they broke. They didn't follow gun safety. Irresponsible. If they had followed, I mean, it's really that simple. I don't know why we have to keep playing clips. It's that simple. Their irresponsibility led to, contributed to the shooting. Yes, it was proven, Scott Skulls. They had a lock that was never opened. There were no other locks. Their home was raided and searched. Trust me, that's not a lie. They really didn't have it locked. So she ignored a lot of things here. She didn't just ignore being responsible for the gun. She ignored her son. She said in springtime he was depressed. And then she tried to downplay it. Who downplays that? I mean, everything that she said made her look bad to me. This doesn't mean that every parent is going to face manslaughter charges or neglect. It doesn't mean that. This is a precedence to watch your kids because we have way too many kids dying. This is wake up. Because nowadays we have to pay more close attention than we ever have. And there's no excuse to not. So I don't know why anybody would say, oh, it's okay what they did. So you must be saying it's okay to not pay attention to your child when you are responsible for them. Like it or not, you're responsible for them until the age of 18. Legally responsible for them. Exactly, Scott. This is probably what's going on in the jury room. And she also said she wouldn't do anything differently. Yes. I mean, there's so much. Do I need to play Ethan's manifesto? Maybe I do. And I wish the jurors would have heard this because this is when Jennifer locked her son out of the house. This is what he recorded. And it's not easy to listen to. But you know what? Do you think it's easy for these parents to get up every day and face the day without their kid? No. So the least we can do is try to figure out what the fuck went on here and how can we prevent this from happening again? Can we prevent it from happening again?
Grades with your son.
Correct.
Let's watch this video.
That you got into a fight about grades with your son.
Correct.
Is that because you checked Power School?
Yes.
Okay. During that fight, did you lock your son out of the house?
We did not.
You don't deny that he was outside of the house?
He did walk out of the house. He was upset.
Okay. You told us that you took his phone.
We did.
That's not true, is it?
That is true.
On
we took
November the 29th, 2021, your son filmed a 19-minute video while he was outside describing what he was going to do the next day.
What time was that taken?
10 o'clock.
I don't know if he got it back. I know we took the shooting range away and we took his gun away, so I don't know if he got it back.
Okay. Now, all of the times, actually, I want to go back to what you just said. You took his gun away.
We took the shooting range away.
You said you took his gun away.
No, I said we took the shooting range away. The shooting range away, and we took his gun away. So I don't know if he got it
back. My name is Ethan Crumbley, aged 15, and I'm going to be the next school shooter. I thought about this a lot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, it's constantly in my head. Every conversation I have with someone, no matter what, I'm thinking about it and I can't get it out. It's currently November 29th, 2021, 10:05 p.m. The school I'm shooting up is Oxford High School. I'm in 10th grade there. I've always been fascinated by guns when I was a kid. I always wanted to join the forces and SWAT when I was in 3rd grade. Navy SEALs when I was in 4th. Marines, 5th or 7th. Army, Rangers. And I've never thought of a career. I've never had motivation. I kept lying to myself that there was something out there for me. There was something that was going to make me happy. That was going to provide me a happy, loving, caring life. But
happy birthday, Brandon.
That's bullshit. It's all a lie. I realized that. Oh, in 9th grade, I never thought of this. I thought I was going to make it through school and go into the army, but I realized, what's the fucking point? Millions have done it. Thousands have regretted it. Thousands have killed themselves because of it. Many come back and not happy, not satisfied. And I'm thinking, it's the only thing I want to go into, but how will it make me happy? How will I love doing that? How do I love? And I realized that that's not going to work out. So I was thinking, what am I going to do? And I realized all the bullshit that was right in front of me, and I never realized it. I was always the kid who said, work hard in school and you'll get a career in life. But the career is bullshit. And it was right in front of my fucking eyes the whole time. I couldn't see it. The school system is... Their main goal is to put youth just born into this world to learn. And they actually learn fucking good. They learn K through 5. They learn useful stuff. Stuff about the world that teaches them not how the world is, but how it should be and how they want it to be. The teachers brainwash them into what they think is right, and their minds are so underdeveloped that the adults just take advantage of it. And they say that that's too good for humanity. And when you get into middle school, that's even more useless. It's just an excuse to wait till the kids grow up. They're wasting years of their life learning knowledge they're most likely never going to do unless they become a Nobel Prize scientist or mathematician or the fucking founder of a multi-million-dollar environment club. And they're brainwashing. They're teaching a working class into this world. There was no teaching of working class centuries ago. They're either born into it or they weren't. You were born into a working class, you were forced to work. You weren't born, you helped develop the world. You created technology, you created advances in civilization. There was only two indifferences, and the working class rose up and made everyone a working class. And now, no matter what, you just have to work. To do what? You spent 15 years of your life just hard studying and trying your hardest to achieve the best out of anyone in any school. And then you get accepted into college. And you could be rich, so you don't have to worry about it, or it could put you into thousands of debt. Then you get a useless job that other people have gotten, and you think that it is doing something for this planet. You think that all those years of working and you get a job is doing something for the good of humanity. It's fucking not, it's useless. The education system and the government is just brainwashing people to be a working class. They're all brainwashing them just to fucking work and keep society how it is, but people want to go a different direction. They want to work, but see, that's where I don't fucking understand it. I'm not dumb enough to fully understand their capabilities. I'm not as dumb as them, so I can't understand, but they want to revolt and become a new class education system that just weakens everything. They want to fucking keep the innocence of everyone. They want to make sure that monsters are a thing. They're offended of a horror movie. They want to take away what this world is. In this world, it's not heaven. There is no heaven. There is no God. There is no Satan. There is no hell. But the world is hell in its own way. People don't think of it. You think as hell is the bottom, earth is the middle, and heaven is the top. But in reality, the earth is just hell. It's always been that, and people want to just forget it. They want to just take away what already is. And it's stupid. I'm taking action. People go and protest fucking take away guns or make what I'm doing, I believe I am one of the first people to do this. I'm not only shooting up the school because I'm mentally depressed or mentally ill and have anxiety that struggles me every day, but I'm doing it to teach a word and all the simplicities. I don't fucking know how to say that. All the fucking dunces out there that brains are too, skulls are too fucking low to understand everything. Unfortunately, the people I kill are the people that are killed. You know, I'm sorry that their families have to go through this, but it's for the right of humanity. And the course we're going, we're fucked. In 50 years, we're fucked. Nothing's going to happen. Democrats and the Republicans are just going to fight, and fight. And people are keep going to take sides and sides and sides. And some people are going to stick out and say they're the big bears who don't think of it, but really, they're the main problems. And it's just leading to a collapse. The world worked so hard for thousands and thousands of years. Yeah. War happened. Peace was a thing. People understood everything. People understood the logistics of human civilization. The time from 1920 to 1980 is the golden ages of humanity. Some countries may not have been that way. But for the big ones, it was the golden age. Everyone understood the world but knew how to keep it in order. They knew the differences because war and peace. They knew that they can cooperate and live together. But now people are just taking that away. And what I'm doing is an act to show that people are taking it away, and I'm trying to preserve it. To show that no one is safe, no matter how hard they work. Your protests aren't going to do anything. They're just words, they're not actions. No one would care if I go up to the school and shout a sign, "We're too innocent. Bring back the equality between violence and peace." They'll think I'm fucking delusional. But to take action is what you have to do. Action is the only thing out of humanity that has made us this far, has brought us this far into civilization. And society is collapsed. Civilization is no more. People don't see it, but we're on the brink of downfall. Like not just the break, but the beginning of the end, basically. Everyone is born, works hard, and thinks that everything's going to be the same for hundreds of years. And technology will advance and that's it. But that's not how it happens. When the bell rings to end 5th hour, tomorrow, October 30th, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom. I will have my bike jacket on, and I will walk behind someone that would shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in that hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try and hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. I'm going to teach them a lesson of how they're wrong, how they're being brainwashed. I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I'm going to kill other people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. And I realize I broke the code of what's happening. I broke the code. I realize what is actually happening. And these people, they don't have the capabilities of understanding it. And so I'm going to teach the entire nation and the world of what's happening and how we're on to break the downfall. I'm going to be using the 6R SP2022. I brought it at Acme Firearms, Oxford, Michigan on Friday. It is a 9mm pistol. It takes 15 plus 1 ammo capacity. I have 3 magazines for it. I've worn my mask for too long. I can't take it anymore. I've broke. I've fought it for years and for years, lying to myself over and over again. But it's taught me the truth. There's no voices in my head. The voices are me. I am the voices. I am arguing with myself back and forth. I have 3 constant voices, and then there's me physically. And I'm doing whatever those 3 voices tell me to do, and one of them is always coming up on top. And that's the one that's taken over. That's what people call the demons. There are no demons. I am the demon. You are the demon. There is a demon in everyone that is the voice. The demon will take over. There's nothing I can do about it. My life is already on a downfall. If I don't do this, nothing will happen. The world will collapse. I will be in misery. I'll probably just end up in a useless career in the army and killing myself. What use is that? I have the chance to teach the world to become a better place. And I have to take that chance. I've missed many opportunities in my life, and I'm not missing this one. I'm going to try and flee the school for as long as I can until I get caught. Just the thought of there's so many people who think they're going to live a life, want to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily. But they don't know that in less than a day, I'm going to die, and their lives are going to be changed forever. I understand my consequences. I understand that people put me in prison for this. I've already said goodbye to everything. I went through all the phases. I'm surprised I even do it today. I'm sorry for manipulating you, Mom and Dad. You have trust in me. I made sure you had trust in me, and I just disowned you. But you should know it's for a cause. And I am ruining my life and not yours.
I don't know if he got it back. I know we took the shooting range away and we took his gun away. So I don't know if he got it back.
Yeah, that's pretty jarring if you've never heard that before. Very disturbing. So somebody else said they had not heard. What was that video? Oh, the kidnapping. Let's watch the kidnapping video.
Found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me. I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement.
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had Halloween plans, and we were texting with his friend's parents about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween because they do that every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden we got my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend was?
I started making a plan. It was a plan to kidnap, rape, and kill her. I talked to find out where she lives and found out she lives a 5-minute walk away from me. I made this plan to break in the BR bedroom at night and kidnap her with an industrial-sized garbage bag. I would then take her to my basement where I would torture and rape until I slit her throat alive. I was so close to executing the plan, but fortunately, my friend redacted, stopped me very calmly.
Okay. Now this plan that he referenced, that was regarding another student, Oxford High School?
Yes, it was. And
did this come through in his text messages to that other juvenile as well? Okay, I'm going to show you some of those text messages. This is May the 12th, 2021, 11:23 p.m. And this is in reference to that same individual that you wrote about in the journal?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, please, what the defendant wrote.
Kidnap her, then tie her up, then rape her, then torture her, then kill her, then dissect her, then take her eyeballs, then bury the body.
Okay. On May the 20th, 2021, he was still writing about this?
Yeah, he quotes, "I'm not going to get caught, man. I'm going to bring my gun just in case. Full air and pellets. Basically deadly. But I have full plan on how to kidnap her. It's just super risky."
Now, you uncovered evidence in this text message thread of the defendant's desire and discussion of committing violent acts towards other individuals as well.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically towards children in this portion of the text conversation. This is March the 16th, 2021. Please tell us what the defendant wrote regarding drowning children.
Just looking them in their eyes as they look back at you while they know that their entire life is about to end so young. The best feeling. But stick your fingers into their eye sockets and push down so they scream in pain and drown their lungs with water. Just thinking about the torturing and the screaming and the way their excuse me, and the way their legs flail in the air as they cry, it fills the void.
And this theme about violence towards children, this continues, is that right?
Yes.
This is again March the 16th, 2021. Can you please start with the first text message that you wrote?
Whenever I see a little kid about a year old or a little more, I want to pick them up and run off with them and then torture them before throwing them off a cliff.
What about April the 25th, 2021?
I will kill any innocent. I don't care who I kill. I will kill who I feel like killing. Age, gender, I don't care.
May 13th, 2021?
I don't care about innocent. Killing the innocent is the same as killing the bad. It's both satisfies.
I'm going to direct you now to a text from February 21st, 2021. Of course, this was months before the shooting. And this is in the midst of a discussion about wanting to stalk and kill people. What did the defendant write about that?
Scary thing is, I like being this fucked up. I don't know if you do. Some people don't, but I like it. I like being like this, which is fucked up. And then he responds to us, same, I love the darkness. It feels good. Knowing that you're different from society and not some mindless human like all the others. We have the ability to stuff that other people think is wrong, and we can tell ourselves that it's okay. But I want to do bad. It satisfies me.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more. So there's that. Yeah, it's really disturbing. So here's one more about Ethan that I recently put out. The baby bird evidence. This is disturbing, FYI.
I'm going to direct you to.
Also, there is a baby bird's nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. 3 devil emojis. Tomorrow I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they're going to die anyways.
Direct you to a text message from April the 17th, 2021. Can you please tell us what the defendant wrote?
I want to take the axe and chip a baby bird, chip a bird in half.
Okay. April the 25th, 2021. What did you write?
Shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe.
And that leads to a discussion with that other individual about catching and killing a fish?
Yes.
What did the defendant write then?
I want to kill it while it's alive so it can feel the pain.
Now, May the 1st, 2021, what did the defendant write?
I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics.
The next day, May the 2nd, 2021, this conversation continued?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I want to hear it scream. The first bid, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too. Like it's just born and already going to be killed. It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart. Then chop it into pieces. And also take out the brain. Then smash it into little bits. I'm so fucked up I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught.
Also on May the 2nd, 2021 at 4:33 in the afternoon, what did the defendant write?
I want to kill another bird so badly, or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe.
The next day, May the 3rd, 2021, what did the defendant text?
During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway right now. I'm going to wait a couple minutes, though, just in case he comes back.
Okay. You said there were 2 videos uncovered in the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And then the defendant texted about what he did afterwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May the 3rd, 2021. Very graphic, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Pictures were sent.
And then you sent pictures of that individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please continue.
I cannot wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff. Like, I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing it. I can't wait to show you, dude. It was so fucking fun, dude. This is the...
Thing is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thing is, the vid ends halfway through, so you don't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and in its head. I also chopped it in half with the axe. I also smashed its head with the hammer at the end of it, and its eye bulged out, just like Glenn's.
What's Glenn in reference to?
The TV show The Walking Dead.
Okay, character in that show?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Like the eyelids came apart and I could see the bird's eye.
Okay, I just want to say his cat's name was Dexter. Pretty sure since he's referencing The Walking Dead and all this nasty shit that in Jeff Dahmer, that he named him Dexter, not after Dexter's Laboratory, but after the serial killer show, Dexter.
Your mom's right. Jeffrey Dahmer kind of.
There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try and stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any. God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like, I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid.
Lieutenant, you've reviewed the evidence on the defendant's phone.
Are you kidding me? An 8-minute video he sent to, it was too long to send to his friend. So he sent him pictures. This is where you need to look at your kid's shit. So like his friend, if the mom was looking at his shit, this shit would have been caught back in March. All of these warning signs matter. Okay, hold up. We have a jury question, but they're not back in the courtroom yet. We're still on mute. So we will be tuned in as soon as they get there. I'm going to try to do something real quick while we wait. I wonder what their question is going to be. I know that bird shit is really hard to watch and listen to. I don't know if I have Court TV on my TV stream, so I was going to try to put on. But I don't know if we get it. We get everything but, probably. Where's ID? I don't think we do. Shoot, I was going to try to tune in on the TV cable end of things, but it doesn't look like I get that channel. Weird. This is Fox 2 Detroit. Yeah, same thing. Hey, Rusty Nail. If the friend never spoke up, does this mean the friend is also sick and twisted? I don't know. None of this was in Jennifer's trial, no. Nope, they got it thrown out. he's a danger. So I guess my point in that is that, I mean, even though, Jennifer's on trial, it doesn't take away Ethan's responsibility and the fact that Ethan is where he should be. Because Ethan is a very dangerous individual. It's just hard for us to see a kid that age with no hope. Because really, I mean, someone who's plotting things like that and mutilating birds in their shed, I mean, that is...
Your mom's right. Jeffrey Dahmer kind?
It really was Jeffrey Dahmer kind. So I don't know what he was doing with this friend, but I would think if this happened back in March when he was planning this, looks like we've got some movement in the courtroom. When he was planning this kidnapping and he told his friend, like, you would think that the friend would have said something back in March. If the friend talked him out of it calmly. Yeah, hopefully that kid got help and his parents intervened, unlike the Crumbleys. Yeah, he only had one friend. So yeah, definitely the same friend. Looks like we're getting ready to have some action with a question from the jury, guys. Do we stop the clock or do we keep it going? Why isn't the friend being charged with having knowledge? I have no idea. They've never even named the friend. I don't even know who he is. Yeah, I think mom and dad got him the fuck away from Ethan Crumbley because you don't make plans with someone for Halloween, a friend. And especially if they texted with Jennifer, why wouldn't they text Jennifer and say, hey, you don't just overnight decide to move. Something happened. Something happened right before Halloween that parent of the friend took action. I don't think the friend was scared. He went over there all the time. He went on vacations with them. I think that they were, yes, goofy girl. I think they were more tuned into their kid. I don't even know if they actually moved. They could have just said they moved. Who knows? Yeah, we'll keep it going. We are here. This stream will be live until we get a verdict, guys. We're here for the long haul. I didn't follow this case for 2 years to pit her out now. Or is it Peter out? Peter.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica.
Lord only knows what the parents saw. Disturbing shit between these two kids for sure. They should be though, Scott. That's the point. People need to look and notice their kids' behavior. If my kid was mutilating baby birds in my shed when he was 15, I would have fucking known. Because you know what? I would have fucking seen it. You saw the size of their house was 900 square feet. It's not like they lived in a mansion and the parents were on one side and he was on the other. These parents were addicts. They were preoccupied with their own bullshit and they ignored this kid. Period. Why is this stream so fuzzy? Peter Pumpkin Eater. I mean, that's just abnormal shit to have baby birds being mutilated in your shed by your kid and you don't even know. You actually acknowledge in March of 2021 that your kid's depressed. And then you buy him a gun. They bought him a Derringer in July. I don't know if you guys know this or not. But James and Ethan bought a Derringer. And I looked it up. And the gun is small. And it won't do the kind of damage that the 9mm would. So in July, he got the Derringer. And then he did some research. And he figured out he couldn't use that in a school shooting. So he started begging for a Sig Sauer, and they started renting them. As a matter of fact, when Ethan's grandfather came up to visit from Florida, they went to the gun range together. Ethan, James, and Grandpa Crumbley, and they rented a Sig Sauer. He had a baby bird and a head in a jar in his room. Have you seen his room? You wouldn't even know if he had a lump of shit in that room. Here we go. They're getting ready. Hey, Schmicky. Welcome back. I'm wondering what the question is. The jury has a question. Why are we getting all blotchy here? I don't like that. Look how blotchy it is. It's blotchy like Jennifer's chest. We're probably waiting for Jennifer to get brought up from downstairs. Let me try to refresh this. Yeah, exactly, Amanda Z. They got him the gun so he wouldn't act out. Because that was a trigger point. We take the gun away and he's triggered. We take his phone away, he's triggered. Then she says, oh, we took the gun and the phone away the night before he committed this shooting. His two triggers. She was aware of his state of mind. Yes, we will get to hear it. We got to wait for Jennifer. We got to wait for all this, and then they're going to do it on the record. Guys, the jury has a question, so we're just waiting for them all to get in the courtroom. Everyone has to be there. I am freezing cold. I need to put some warmer clothes on. Oop. I look awfully pink. It's this light. These Edison bulbs are really yellow. I would want to know if she had plans to meet with Brian on the 30th. Why would that matter? No, she had plans for a horse lesson, remember? Because she told her girl at the horse farm, she said, yeah, I'm still doing my lesson. I guess I'll have to bring him with me because he can't be alone. He's such a pain in the ass. You guys hear Eagle 8? Because that's how her lawyer says it, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer.
The question is, Judge, could we get some more licorice back here? Everybody ate it all. Exactly, Island. So he probably had a fit and she gave him the phone back. And then he was like, oh, that gun's still in Mom's car. That's what I think. And then he grabbed the gun, put it in his backpack, made the video. And then I don't know where he slept that night, but his dad took him to school the next morning, and the rest is history. Because she's selfish. See, that says right there, like, she already said he didn't like going to he wasn't into the barn. He wasn't into the horses, but she was just going to drag him along. Here we go. We got sound. Let's see. There's Jennifer. Oh my gosh. I feel sick. My nerves are on edge. Two and a half hours in, we got a question. Hey, Tracy B, how are ya? Missed you too. Hope you've been doing good. We got muted again, so we just wait. We have to be patient. I guess when the judge comes back in the room, they'll unmute us. I don't know. Do they bring Jennifer up for the question? I think she can be present for all of the on the record. God, why is this pixelated? This is terrible. What's on her neck, dude? What's on her neck? All right, here we go, guys.
Good morning, ladies.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990FH.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning. We got a question. You can be seated. We got a question from the jury that I thought was really easy to answer. I guess I don't know if there's an agreement about that, but if you don't agree, then we're going to decide on the record how to answer it. The question is whether the standard jury instruction 16.10 and 16.13 are different. But it says the 16.10 and 16.13 two different ways that we can conclude that involuntary manslaughter, or a 16.13 a support to 16.10. So I guess I would say the answer to the first question is yes.
It is, Judge, and I would just ask that the court reread 20.30A, which clearly articulates that. So I think that's why it wasn't just a yes or no response, because I think this instruction 20.30A is right on point to the question.
Okay, so can I answer the first question yes?
Yes, Judge.
And then say please refer to 20.30A unanimity.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure. I'm trying to find 20.30A.
It's right between 16.13 and 16.10.
Jennifer, what
talks
for is
about
it?
alternative theories.
Okay, we'll just sit there.
It's a non-standard because it's adapted from a civil jury instruction.
I'm sorry,
20.30A, it's a non-standard jury instruction. Both sides agree to it. It's a unanimity instruction.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying to
pieces of leakage in a vacuum?
There was a lot of leakage. Okay, I believe the court is correct. However, the way I read the question is that the jury is confused, obviously, about there being two ways to prove the charge. When they ask about one instruction supporting another, I believe that they should reread 20.30A, and then the one theory of the prosecution is 16.13, which describes the legal duty. I believe the second theory by the prosecution is 16.10, which describes the theory. Okay, but I think what supports 16.10 is the definition in 16.18. So when this jury is asking for a question about support, I believe the confusion lies in the fact that
they didn't ask me that.
Well, when they say, I don't see how 20.3A clears up the question they're asking. I believe the jury needs to be instructed to read 20.3A, and then they need to consider 16.13 or 16.10, and in doing 16.10, understand the definition of gross negligence is in 16.18. That's what the defense believes.
They didn't ask that, Judge, and it's not up to us to guess what they're thinking or not. The answer to the question, the first question is clearly yes, and 20.30A is clearly on point. So,
yeah, the answer is yes, and then I'm going to say, please refer to 20.30A. Unanimity. And I'm also going to say, please consider all instructions as a whole.
thank you, Judge.
All right, I'm going to sign this note in. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. You may be seated.
All right, we go back to waiting. Waiting is the hardest part. No, there's no verdict. This was just a jury question. Jury was confused about the two parts of the jury instructions about involuntary manslaughter. That's what that was about. The jury is questioning the charges. So the jury had a question. So it looks like they're ready, like they're making their decision. The jury was confused about two parts of the jury instructions about involuntary manslaughter. So does this mean that they're close to a guilty verdict? What do you guys think? I think they're close. I don't think they're going to be too much longer. They needed some clarification. It sounds like they want to make sure they've got it right. That's kind of like okay, we need to make sure there's no discrepancies here. We've got it right. I'm thinking it's going to be a guilty verdict. I think it's going to be soon. With that being said, I've got to get up. I've got to get something to eat and something to drink. So I'm going to put us on standby for the moment because I don't think we're going to be here too much longer. I really don't. I'm no lawyer, so don't hold me to it. I have no fucking clue. In all honesty, I have no fucking clue. But it does seem to me that this seems like a good sign that they are really close to stating they have a verdict. So we've got our counter up there. We are roughly 2 hours and 45 minutes. Charlie Brown, you might be right on the money. You guys let each other know in chat. Put your predictions in. And I have this live with audio, so if they cut in, you guys will be the first ones to know. And thank you to those who are keeping an eye on the Jury Watch, other places, and letting us know. We appreciate you. I'll be back momentarily. Okay, I'm coming in slow because I don't want to scare anybody. I know it's super duper quiet. But I wanted to share somebody with you guys. We've got Bella in doggy cam for the moment. Let's see if we can get Bella up here for some emotional support. Can you guys see her? Did you hear Mama's? Enjoy doggy cam. She's just going to be chilling, taking a little napsy. She'll probably jump down in like 2 seconds. That's what she always does to me. But meet Bella Rose. I used to have doggy cam up all the time. If you're newer here, we always had doggy cam. And I don't know where to put her down here. And then I switched things around and I haven't had doggy cam in a while. So this is just improvising with doggy cam. And the doggies have stuff on the Amazon wish list if anybody wants to send them gifts. We also have a P.O. box if you want to send the dogs and the kitty gifts. They love getting gifts and treats. I know, she's super sweet. That's Bella Rose. Oh, she's probably going to jump down. She's like a guard. There she goes. See, there we go. She gone. That was fun while it lasted. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. I got to get my shit together here. I keep getting distracted. I'm sure none of you know what that's like. Should we put on some low music or keep it just court audio? Let me know. I'll be checking the chat. No way. I'll never call her Gypsy Rose. Wash your mouth out with soap, boy. The jury has another question, guys. That's what I'm hearing, that the jury has another question. I'm waiting to find out. Yep, we're coming back. Holy shiz. What now? Defense counsel never left the room? Well, let's see what this question is when they come back. Here we go. We're back and live in the courtroom, guys. Jury has another question, apparently. Let's find out what it is this time. We are almost 3.5 hours in, according to our timer. Guys, we're halfway to our member goal already. Holy crap. You guys are awesome. Thank you, guys. If you want to become a member, you can just scan that QR code. Just moving things around here. All right, here we go. Hey, Nene. Thanks for stopping in. Karen's hair is looking pretty today. On point. Shannon's got her clip-ins. Clip-in extensions. We're waiting for Jennifer, I'm sure. They got to roll her up from the ground floor. They have to get in the friggin' elevator with that beast. Yay, Nene. Whew. What did I remind you of, Island? I don't even know what I said. No, it said a question, not a verdict. It said a question. Kenny Knackers. Your name cracks me up. They have another question. Last time it was like, how do we interpret these instructions on how to convict her of involuntary manslaughter? So it sounds like from the last question that they were going for guilty. Leanne, I know, it's looking very nice. I think Shannon is shitting her pantsuit. I just really like Karen. I think that she really put her heart into this case. They only had one before this, and it was like, there's 2 different ways to convict her of involuntary manslaughter. Can you explain those 2 ways? And then the judge explained it, whatever, and the instructions, and then they went. So this is the second time. And they have to bring Jennifer up. They have to roll her on up from the ground floor. And then they open up the mics. I think they eat while they're deliberating. I don't think they stop deliberating. Once they're in deliberations, their food's brought to them and shit. They just keep going. Questions are very good. It means that they are being thorough. It means they're being precise. Come on, people. Sorry, I had to mute. Where is Jennifer? Can she walk a little faster? This was Shannon when the affair was about to come out. This is a soundbite of Shannon in all of her ridiculousness. Listen.
Bring it all in.
Is she going to be wishing she brought it all in if they find her client guilty? I don't think so. How do we know when extensions are used? Well, you could tell the other day. Kristen, I'm sorry. If you need to step away, though, step away, hon. It's okay. This is a lot. This is a lot on someone who's never been through the trauma that you've been through. So take care of yourself. There is a lot going on, loves would heat, but sometimes you got to just take a mental break for yourself. You're not going to miss it. Like, it'll still be there when you come back. Penny coming in with some facts. Bring it all in, she said. She acted like she wasn't scared. Look at her now. Texting away. I am freaking out right now. Like, oh my God. She's texting. She's checking TikTok. What are people saying about me? She cares more about that shit. She don't give a dang about Jennifer Crumbley. You know that Shannon was like, oh my God, their house. Gross. No, Curtis, I don't think so. Nope. Jennifer never spoke up about having I don't think she did a bad job. I think those are just her tactics. I mean, you can't get a new trial just because your lawyer sucks. You can't get a new trial it has to be a pretty extreme malfunction, I would think, to get a new trial. It doesn't happen very often. Asking her husband what Jay's saying. What are they saying about me? Exactly, Sal. That was an excuse. Here comes Jennifer. They must hear her chains coming. In no other school shooting has the parent been negligent like this and actually supplied the guns and ammo. That's the difference. Gretchen, let me check. I haven't looked, but let me check, Gretch. Dominic, is that you? I got something and it says membership ? Yeah, they appealed. Thank you so much. I don't know what you mean by membership though ? If I can help you. I feel like you're confused on something. Gretchen, are you Dominic? Here she comes. Oh, come on. Why are you fuzzy? All right, here we go. She's looking a little blotchy, guys. Even if you believe that the Columbine parents were responsible, that was how many years ago? Don't you think we should have learned more by then? Or by now? It's no excuse. Gretchen, are you Dominic? That's what I was asking. I got a PayPal from a Dominic.
charges, can we infer anything from evidence or witnesses that the prosecution did not bring, specifically not bring in the shooter or other people who could answer how he specifically got the gun? The answer is no, right?
Correct, Judge.
Do I need to infer them to, do I need to send them 2.9 or 3.5?
I believe you need to send them 3.2, Your Honor.
I couldn't even understand her.
Doubt is defined as a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence, and it appears they're asking about lack of evidence.
No, they're asking if they can fill in the blanks about why the shooter isn't there, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we can't let them fill in the blanks.
I agree with that, but I think it goes to, they're asking essentially why the shooter didn't testify or other witnesses, and the defense doesn't have a burden to put any on. So we believe it's important to remind the jury that the burden is on the people and that a reasonable doubt can come from lack of evidence.
Judge, again, we can't guess what they're thinking. We just answer the questions. Judge, I'm sorry, which instructions did you...
I was thinking, well, these are the preliminary instructions 2.9.
They want to know if they can fill in the blanks as to why Ethan is not there.
Oh, 2.9.
That's what I think she said.
Here.
I'm sorry, 2.9 and what was the other?
3.5 maybe. I don't think it says. I can bring them in and read 2.9 and 3.5 to them if you want. Talks about evidence, including only sworn testimony, witnesses, the exhibits admitted to evidence, and anything else they tell you consider as evidence.
It seems on point, Judge.
I have no objection to 2.9. I am just making a record that I'm also requesting 3.2.
Okay, wait, do you want 2.9 or 3.5? Either one of those. I'm trying to keep myself to answering the question that they asked. They have an instruction with them about reasonable doubt. They've heard it a bunch of times. They do not have in the jury room 2.9, although they do have 3.5. So,
Judge, the answer to the question is no, and I think reading 2.9 again and 3.5 probably appropriate given the question.
That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
I'm going to bring them in now. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to bring them in.
Keep sulking, Shannon. Sulking, Shannon. Shake it off, Shannon. Right, I get what the question is, but specifically they're trying to fill in the blanks of why Ethan isn't there, is what she said. I did hear that.
All right for the jury.
Stand up!
Right, that's what I'm saying. Why wasn't it made clear why Ethan wasn't there? They just acted like, he didn't exist? Weird.
You want me to know, and I thought it'd be easier to bring you in than try to keep it in my term of being running. So, you asked, can we infer anything from evidence of witnesses that the prosecution did not bring? The answer is no. And you say specifically not bring in the shooter or other people who could answer how he specifically got the gun. So I'm going to take you back to our first day of trial.
I knew it.
You do this instruction.
I knew it. Damn it.
I read you on the first day. When it's time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony.
Watch her videos, jury.
The exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything
Oh my
else
God.
I tell you to consider as evidence. You also have a copy of 3.5, which I'm going to read to you. You don't have a copy of 2.9. That was read in the beginning of the trial. 3.5 says, when you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I'll now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. Likewise, the fact that she is charged with more than one crime is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments and any commentary are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses and my questions to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It's my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and tell you the law that applies to this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you should decide this case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I've excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial. So I'm hoping that I helped you. All right? So I'll have you return to the jury room. All rise for the jury.
Stand up!
So why?
Approach on the issue I brought up.
They're having the lawyer's approach on an issue she brought up, whatever that means. So the jury wants to know. I knew it. This is what they're trying to figure out, guys. They're sitting there going, how did he get his mitts on the gun? They want to know how he got his mitts on the gun. I told you, I said that this morning. If I'm a juror, I want to know how he got the gun. So they need to go back and they need to really watch her interviews because she states, and watch her testimony. She states she did not disagree with the fact that she was the last one to touch the gun. But what I don't understand is why the state couldn't, or the judge can't just tell them that Ethan practiced his Fifth Amendment right and he's not testifying. Why make it this looming secret? Can't they just tell them that, Jamie? Can't they just say, like, I don't know. I think this leans more towards guilty. If they were not guilty, why would they ask these questions? They wouldn't be questioning it. No, they didn't. They didn't make it clear why Ethan wasn't testifying. I mean, we have the shooter himself. And I'm thinking they want to know how he got his mitts on the gun. So they want to know, was the gun at home? Was the gun in the car? When did he put that gun in his backpack? We're back to waiting. Go get more blotchy, Jennifer. Yes, Jennifer's boyfriend testified the gun was in the car. They need to listen to her interviews. I hope they do. All right, so the second jury question was, can we infer anything from evidence of witnesses that the prosecutor did not bring? Specifically, not bringing in the shooter or other people that can explain how he got the gun. So the state left them, and this is not good, because the state left them with this open-ended question of how did he get the gun and why is he not testifying to how he got the gun? So they can't say anything. Jamie says judge cannot say anything about a witness that has not been introduced to the jury, so they can't know why. So what they were asking was, do we just have to fill in the blanks of why he's not there? So basically they have to come to their own conclusion of why Ethan's not there, because no one can tell them. They're wondering how he got the gun. So I think they're looking at it like, did dad leave the gun or did mom leave the gun? Can we infer anything from witnesses that were not brought by the prosecution? No, the first question was about jury instructions on the 2 ways they can find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. That was the first question. Well, no, and the answer was no. But they're trying to piece together this timeline of how and when he got his hands on the gun. And they can't listen to the manifesto like we did. In the manifesto, he cocks the gun. We know he had it when he recorded that manifesto at 10 p.m. on the 29th, but the jury doesn't know that because the manifesto wasn't allowed to be played. So they're like, I guess we have to kind of piece together, what happened from the time she said that they got into the fight and he went outside, right? Until the next morning. But see, Shannon didn't have to make it clear. It wasn't her job to make it clear. It's the prosecution's burden to present their evidence and make it clear to the jury. And that's what you have to remember. I do remember that I heard Ethan mentioned his attorney as himself. Have you watched Jay's clips? Yeah, they're definitely taking it seriously. My lunch is here. I'll be back. Oh my God. Okay. So they argued in pretrial motions of things that the defense wanted thrown out, and that was one of them. Well, we know that he didn't get the gun from a locked case. You know what I'm saying? We saw the lock had never been used. I think right now they're trying to weigh if the dad was the one who didn't put the gun away or her, or if they're both guilty of that. Yeah, but open-ended scenarios don't have to create doubt. You can still piece together a story without a certain part of it. And plus you can watch her videos herself and kind of piece together where the gun was. We know they went to the range on Saturday. We know James wasn't there. James was at work. And then Jennifer testified that she left it in the car. And then her lover testified that she said it was in the fucking car. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think they're just making sure they've got everything before they decide and give her a guilty verdict. I'm eating McDonald's. I'm eating junk food. But we don't know what the jury's thinking, so we can't say there's reasonable doubt because we can't read their minds on what they're doubting. Plus, she lied so much on the stand. I don't know. But also, Jamie, we saw her testify that she was the head of the household. She was bossing James around. Go do this, go do that. You don't do this right. You don't do that right. You really think James was spending hundreds of dollars without her knowing? Being a door dasher and she was the breadwinner? No. She knew damn well she just wasn't there because he was the runner around her. And those facts matter. The bottom line is, did their negligence lead to the deaths of these students? That's what you have to take into consideration. Did Jennifer's negligence contribute to the deaths of these students? You thought Shannon did a good job explaining? She explained something? I don't think I've ever heard Shannon explain anything. Thank you, Sarah Smith. And the only one that was going to testify were her parents, who are teachers? What? I think they're just trying to make sure they haven't missed anything that wasn't there. Like, that's how I feel. She also testified to being the last adult to have her hands on that gun. I mean, I think it's great to get lawyers' opinions and stuff, but when it comes to juries, juries aren't lawyers. Juries are me and you. So it's great to get a lawyer's perspective. But when it comes to a jury, we're more relatable to a jury. I would think it would be kind of hard for a lawyer to put themselves in the shoes of a jury. Because the first thing, sorry, I'm eating, but the first thing that would piss me off is a defense lawyer who's not mindful of the juror's time, right? Not mindful that they're sitting there getting paid $15 a day. I think that's rule number one when you deal with people is be respectful of their time. But Shannon acts like no one else's time fucking matters but hers. And that would be an instant turnoff for me as a juror. She's all over the place. I can see a lawyer thinking that her opening was good because it confused everybody it confused them from the prosecutor's opening. I'd be insulted that I had to sit there through that. No, I really think that was his gun. I mean, she posted it on social media. His Christmas present. We took his gun away. Mike C. That's a really good point. Ethan never talked about how he was going to get the gun. So it sounds like he had full access because all he was worried about was them buying it for him. That's a really good point. All he had to do was worry about them buying it for him. Once they bought it for him, he didn't write anything about, oh, I'm going to have to do this or sneak this. I think we should watch her boyfriend again. Jennifer's boyfriend. What day did he testify? Let's see if we can figure it out here. That was freaking weird. All right, here's the boyfriend. He already had a Derringer to shoot, too. I am so sorry, Sarah.
Yes. What do you do?
I'm a full-time firefighter captain.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Not through your profession as a firefighter, but personally?
Yes.
Okay. Is Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to and describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, the gray blazer.
Okay. Would the record reflect identification of defendant?
The record will slowly reflect.
And again, please, nice and loud. I'm even having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Is she looking hot, Brian? What do you think?
When did you first meet Jennifer Crumbley?
High school.
High school? Okay,
Yes.
so you went to high school together?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet James Crumbley?
When they moved back to Michigan.
Okay. So in between the time you knew Jennifer Crumbley in high school, from the time that they left the state and came back to Michigan, did you stay in touch with her?
No, not until maybe Facebook years, a long time later.
Okay. And you said
How many people, when stupid Facebook opened up, rekindled their stupid high school freaking flames and cheated on their spouses? A lot.
you were connected with her on social media?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say you followed her on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. What about Instagram?
No, I don't think so.
Just Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met him?
No.
Did Jennifer ever talk to you about issues she was having with her son?
No.
Did she ever tell you about a friend of her son's?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what she told you about that friend.
It was his friend, and then he went away. He died.
Okay. Went away or died? What did she tell you?
Yeah, I believe he killed himself.
Okay, that's.
She told her boyfriend that Ethan's friend killed himself.
What Jennifer told you?
Yes.
Did you come to learn later on that that wasn't true?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the days around November the 30th of 2021. That's the day of the Oxford High School shooting. Okay, do you
Yes,
recall that
Brenda.
event?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that from the time period that Jennifer moved back to Michigan up until November the 30th, 2021, you two would communicate on a regular basis with each other?
Yes.
Okay. In what method would you communicate? Would that be in person, text message, messaging app, or all three?
All three.
Okay. Did you save any of those messages between Jennifer Crumbley and yourself?
No.
Now, the morning of November the 30th, 2021, do you recall receiving a message from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
It was, I don't know how it started, the beginning of the messages, but it ended up that she had to go to a meeting at the school.
Jennifer, she had to go to a meeting at
Yes.
school? Okay. And what happened? Tell me what happened next in the conversation.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
Her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Who was worried?
Jennifer.
Jennifer's worried. Okay. And she sent you that message.
Okay, so she told her boyfriend she was worried Ethan was going to do something dumb. There's the first thing from the boyfriend.
Before she had gone to the school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to that, prior to November the 30th of 2021, were you aware that the Crumbleys had gotten a handgun for their son?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own firearms yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with how to store firearms and how to use them?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn that the Crumbleys had obtained a handgun for their son?
I saw it on a Facebook post.
Okay. And what was your initial reaction to that?
It was, I was just surprised kind of they got it, but...
Why were you surprised?
Just that it was the handgun they had purchased.
Okay. So you knew that they had got him that handgun by the time that Jennifer messaged you on November the 30th that she was afraid her son was going to do something?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she sent you that message, November 30th, what was your response?
I asked where the firearm was.
And why did the firearm click in your head at that point?
That's with my background and everything. It's like
With my background and everything. Well, if she just told this guy that Ethan's friend offed himself, that would explain why this guy would think Ethan was going to off himself. But it doesn't explain why Jennifer thought he was going to off himself. Why would she tell this guy that the friend offed himself? Did the friend off himself? What's going on with this friend? Isn't that weird? Why would she tell her boyfriend that?
no, that would just be if something was going to occur. That would be produce just immediate irreparable damage compared to any other possible thing that.
Okay. That being the firearm?
Yes.
All right. Did Jennifer respond to you? Let's back up. I want to make sure we have the chronology correct. So, November the 30th, 2021, that's a Tuesday. She indicated that she had to go to her son's school. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you what she was afraid of?
Yes.
And what was that again?
That he was going to do something dumb.
He isn't her son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
Mic drop.
No.
Okay.
Wait, what was that? Jennifer's plan, you think, was for Ethan off himself? Ethan did give his dad the money. Okay, so my question is, where did Ethan get money? You want to know what I think? I have a theory. My theory is that James and Jennifer Crumbley were putting money in that student account, and it was really their money. Because James owed child support. They were hiding money from child support, in my opinion. That's why the girl had to get an order through the state of Michigan. The mother of James' child doesn't live in Michigan. So she had to start a case with the friend of the court in Michigan to get that child support to go through, because he was shirking on the responsibility of paying the state of Florida directly. So I'm pretty sure that wasn't Ethan's thousands of dollars. Where would this kid have gotten thousands? He didn't work. He worked at a diner once a week. So I feel like they were putting money in there to hide it from child support, because they're obviously not going to be able to dip into the son's account for child support. And the state of Florida don't play when you owe child support.
She indicated that she had to go to her son's school. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you what she was afraid of?
Yes.
And what was that again?
That he was going to do something dumb.
He isn't her son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
She said that the gun was in her vehicle. There we go. The last time the gun was used by the Crumbley family was Saturday, November 27th. This is what the jury needs to re-listen to.
If one person deletes and one person doesn't, you told us that you had deleted those messages with Jennifer?
Yes.
The Facebook messages?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, a search warrant was executed from Facebook itself and obtained some messages. And, Your Honor, we already introduced some of these messages through Edward Wogowski. The people are going to seek to omit the remaining Facebook messages between Mr. Maloche and Jennifer Crumbley as a new exhibit. That's 426.
Is it 426?
Your Honor, I'd like to just review 426, but if it's the same as what was previously, or just the whole thing, that's fine. I just don't know. Is there more than what you gave me before?
Oh my God, Shannon, shut up. So you heard himself say that the gun was in the car, according to Jennifer. He testified to this. The jury heard this. Okay, now I'm going to show you a little bit of history. we're going to go. And I'm going to show you James's child support. If I could show you, I actually want to see when it started, when that lady first filed against James. Because I know that the final notice was on the 29th. So it's this one here. See this one right here is the old one. Like that's from his adult son. Okay, so that one, if you look at that, he had bench warrants and shit because he didn't keep up on it. But this one here, if you look, hold on. All right, so if you look at this, man, down here on 11/16 of 2021, the complaint was filed to register of out-of-state support. On the 16th of November, it was assigned to referee. On the 16th, there was a final disposition. And then on the 29th, notice filed. Registration out-of-state support order. The order came out on the day that the Crumbleys had a fight. On the day the Crumbleys had a fight. So I don't know. But if you look at his previous child support in Michigan, you see order for bench warrant in 2017, piece of shit. He had to be forced. He had a bench warrant for his arrest. So I'm sure James's child support has been a thorn in Jennifer's side for a long time. And then if they got a new order, that was going to be more money that she was going to have to fork out, that the court was going to be taking directly out of their bank account. Joshua, no, I'm playing witness testimony. That's what I'm playing. If you think it makes her look guilty, then I guess that's your opinion. But we also have two cases against James from victims. I think so, Boom. I think that's what happened. I hate that you have to order all these documents. You can't just view them, but oh, this is Mr. Meyer versus Pam Fine. That's the assistant principal. And then we have Jared Watson. These all have the same judge too, Brennan. This is all the school people and James. So that exists for Jennifer as well. And then if you look up his shit in Florida, it's not any better. He's habitual driving on a suspended. I think at least 3 or 4 times. And then they moved up to Michigan and brought their shit show to Michigan. So they started the shit show in the Jacksonville area of Florida. And then they brought their shit show to Michigan. So God knows what fight Ethan heard that night and what was going on. Yeah, they're not going to be able to garnish DoorDash. And then her coworker says that she locked Ethan out. Why would the coworker lie about that? I just don't think the coworker would make that up, that Jennifer locked Ethan out. All right, guys. I'm going to take a little break. We're going to put our calming music on and wait and see what happens next. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit that like button, please.
coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Jennifer loves horses.
Hey, Rising Ashes, thank you for buying a shirt earlier. And if you're a member of our Discord, we still have 70 Super Bowl squares left. 70? We have a week. Get in there and get your Super Bowl squares. It's in the Super Bowl channel on Discord.
Jennifer loves horses.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name.
Your Honor, calling People vs. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990FH. Mr. McDonald, looking on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Peace, on behalf of people.
Thank you, Shannon Smith, on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my left.
All right, we made contact with the jury. They said they want to stay till 4:45, and if they finally want to come back tomorrow. But unless there's an objection, I might release two of the other 5 sequestered jurors and tell them if they're sequestered at their home. Is there, do you object to that?
Not at all.
No.
No objection.
And puzzles and Sudoku and that they're probably losing their minds. So I was going to release 2 or 3 and have them go about their business, but they would still be sequestered. So they would still be subject to the sequestration of the court and not be permitted to be spoken to by anyone, right? Okay. All right. Any preference? 2, 3?
If that's so reliable, Your Honor, I'd say 3.
Can we approach her?
Sure. You may be seated. I know you guys have all had an exciting day. We've completed puzzles, done Sudoku. I heard one of you was sleeping on the floor. I won't name names or offend any of you. I'm so sorry. Hopefully you realize the reason behind it. Okay, so here, the 12 of you have not come to a verdict yet, so they're going to be returning tomorrow. But life happens, and in the event that one of those jurors was indisposed, we would need one of you to fill in for them, and they would be instructed to start deliberations all the way over again. So that's the reason for it. That being said, I'm going to dismiss 3 of you by blind draw today. Actually, I shouldn't use the word dismiss. I'm going to have 3 of you not return tomorrow, but you're still sequestered. You understand what I'm saying? So some of these people sitting out here would love to talk to you, but they are not allowed to talk to you and you're not allowed to talk to them. And it's the same as every day when you leave here. You're still sequestered. I just think that you would prefer to be doing your laundry or going to work or doing whatever it is, but I still have to trust you to not discuss the case. All right? Are there any questions about that? but I'm gonna have two of you come back. I think you've already ordered your lunch, so I'm hoping the three of you ordered something you like. No? Yeah.
My question is, if we're one of the three that go home and spend the day at home tomorrow, how do you know if will you call us, assume, and let us know what to do the following day?
Absolutely. I feel bad enough that I feel like I kidnapped you. Okay, so I feel bad enough that you're here. I know that you know why. Okay, because you know, when this is all over, I'll tell you stories about strange things that happen and jurors and, you know, just life happens. So as you know, this is a very long, emotional, and frankly expensive process. To start over would be devastating for everyone in the room. So I appreciate you. I feel bad, but I would feel worse if we didn't have enough jurors to finish deliberations. Okay, so three of you, I'm going to pick three numbers by blind draw, and then you can exit, and they're going to take you down to your car. And we have your phone numbers. You are still sequestered, all of you, and the other two have to return back in the morning. Okay. And I'm going to tell you again that during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. So do not go on social media, don't post anything, don't go on Facebook, don't do research, don't discuss the case with anyone, whether you're at home or at work or here spending the day with me again. All right? So I'm going to pick three of you by blind draw, and the other two have to return at 9 o'clock in the morning. All right? Juror 17, you can be sequestered at home. Juror in seat 4, you can be sequestered at home. And juror in seat 10, you can be sequestered at home. All right? You can bring things with you. You're 9 and 15. Jurors in seat 9 and 15. I mean, obviously you can't bring a newspaper or something like that. You still can't research the case. But if you have work, you can finish my crocheting for me. If you know how to crochet. You know, anything like that. I know it has to be really boring, but I think you understand the purpose. You can't talk to anybody. Again, a lot of people here would love to talk to you, but none of you are allowed to talk to the press or discuss the case with anyone. All right? And we do have your phone numbers. So I'm going to release you to go back to Judge Anderson's jury room, and then you're going to be escorted out of the building, and then the two remaining jurors, if you could come here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right? Any questions about that? Okay. We appreciate you. Thank you for understanding.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, now I'm going to bring another jury, and if you can all be seated.
tomorrow, more upbeat music. I got to meditating.
All right, for the jury.
Stand up!
Are they going to keep deliberating?
All right, so I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning. What time would you like to come back?
What?
9 o'clock?
Do we like 9? 9 is good.
9 o'clock? Okay, you're going to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We appreciate your efforts. We appreciate you taking this seriously. This is very serious, as you know. And I need to tell you that during the trial, do not read, listen to, watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they will give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair,
Are they staying in Pontiac or Auburn Hills?
Instruction. Do not go on social media. Don't post. Don't go on Facebook. Don't do research. Don't discuss the case with anyone.
Jennifer's like, I got one more night of this shit.
The schedule will be kind of at your will. So get a good night's sleep. Maybe sleeping on it will help you, right? Stay healthy. We appreciate you. And we'll see you at 9 o'clock, right?
All right, for the jury.
Stand up!
That's okay, Samantha. I was meditating too. That's what we call it.
I'll let the jury go first.
Jennifer, time to go back to your cell and get splotchy. Stop. Splotchy time.
Both sets of jurors on.
You guys ended up with 59% guilty, 22 not guilty, 17 hung.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, I'll tell you guys about PA. Hold on. So I'm on this email list with the court there because of Danilo Cavalcante. And this is what happened in PA. Hold on. What is she smiling about? Ew. I'm going to post this. It's actually a 2-page notice that came out just a couple hours ago. I'm going to put it in our community tab, right? Meow. So the PA courts were hacked, and it looks like what was affected were the PAC file, the Pennsylvania Appellate Court Electronic Filing System, the Guardianship Tracking System, web dockets and court summaries, PAE Pay for paying for your fines and costs, court or law enforcement applications, JNet and police forms, complaints and search warrants. Yeah, this is Administrative Office of Pennsylvania Courts. I'll post this so you guys can read it. Bye, Jennifer. See you in the morning.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Cocaine. 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 It's cocaine.
All right, guys, that's a wrap for today. Oh, thank you for joining. I am putting these images of this Pennsylvania hack. Hold on. I'm going to put these in the community right now so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, PA courts hacked, cyber hack. Okay, it's posted, guys. Go check out the community. Also, when this ends, you will be directed to tomorrow's live stream, and I will be here bright and early at 8:30 in the morning to talk with you guys before everything begins. Oh, man. Everybody have a good night. Everybody take it easy. Get some rest. We're going to stop our button. Hold on. We got to pause our timer here. 6:50, right? All right, guys, let's roll our credits. We got lots of credits to go through. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. See you tomorrow. And here's your credits. Dance it out after that.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun, old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn.
Pieces of leakage in a vacuum.
Jennifer loves horses.
You want a cough drop?
I heard you telling her not to fuck herself.
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time.
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifer?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer.
Alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time.
You guys want one Jennifer or two Jennifer?
Thanks.